Well, good morning, people. You bunch of weirdos. What the hell are you doing here so early? Go away. It's tea time in the weird house. Tea. Well, how's everyone doing today? Fantastici. Oh yeah, so if someone's around at 7 o'clock, remind me to wake my wife. She's going out to help someone get ready for a baby shower. Isn't she sweet? She's just going over to help clean the house and get it ready. And she still made a gift. She handmade a blanket and got some little baby clothes. What a sweetheart. So let's see. What are y'all doing today? Yesterday I didn't do much past the show and taking a nap. I decided to take it easy because of my neck. Too much time sitting, looking up at the computer monitor can really tax the neck. So this weekend I'm going to be moving my monitor lower, closer, so I don't have to do this whole neck thing. So there you go. What did you all do yesterday? Anything exciting? No, really. I want to know. Somebody tell me what's going on. Good stuff, good stuff. I did manage to get something accomplished yesterday. I spent the whole day thinking about my show, the Sunday show, and the segments within. So I came up with some theme music. What else was I going to do? I didn't really feel like playing any songs and doing any practice, but I did want to pick up the guitar, so I had jotted down a few notes in my phone, and then kind of did a pre-guitar vocalization of my theme song for the Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy out buying records and stuff. And then after that, I actually put some guitar to it and actually rounded out the whole theme. So I just need to record it. And then I decided to write the words to another theme for going to the movies. So I wrote the lyrics for that. So now I just need to come up with some music for that one. A lot of fun. It's what I'd like to do is use the little 20-30 second blurbs that I wrote and then use them for the theme and then expand upon those and create an entire theme song, a couple of minutes long, that I can use at the end of the programs to finish up and do the roll of credits. So I'm hoping I can get someone I know, David, hello, get someone I know to help me record this stuff and possibly record Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles for my theme. Wouldn't that be neat? Because I've always loved waking up to that song, and there was a there was a morning show on back in the 80s. I can't remember what it was called, but I believe it was a morning show, and they used that song for a brief period. So yeah, there you go. I'm into theme music now. Nothing so memorable as the Batman theme or the Wonder Woman theme. But I hope it's, amusing enough to keep people's interest long enough to get into the show. Yeah. Maybe in our third hour, if somebody reminds me to wake my wife, maybe in the third hour after she takes off, I'll play a little. I'm not promising anything. More than likely, I'll forget unless somebody reminds me. Yeah. So y'all can hear me, right? I think I can be heard. So I get kind of down at the end of the week when my show's over, which is why I've been trying to get myself back into making video stuff. And it really helps. Really helps keep me away from depression. So, as well as going out. And tomorrow's Friday. So hopefully I will get to go out and do something this weekend. Like my new shirt, Abbey Road. I've actually got an old original print of Abbey Road. Most of my records are original pressings. I purchased a large chunk of my LPs from a family out here in the desert who ran a record store in the 80s back in Los Angeles area. So while they hadn't operated a store in 30 years or something, they had amassed this huge collection of records, some of them unopened, but many of them in just excellent condition. That's where I got my collection of Dr. Demento. And at some point we'll do an episode on Dr. Demento and KMET and the whole novelty music craze. Let's see, Dr. Demento. We'll do a little research there. I'm going to be doing a slide. I'm going to do a series of slideshows where I'm just going to take either a chunk of slides or a chunk of photos, or take photographs of what do you call it? Yearbooks, right? So we can look at yearbooks. So that'll be fun. It's very time consuming to photograph or scan all of these photos. Not to mention the editing process. But the neat thing about it is that when I'm done and it's saved and uploaded, it's like it's out there permanently for everyone to see. That's pretty neat. I'm also going to be looking at video work, all of these projects that I'm doing, and previous family movies. I'm looking to get all of this stuff transferred onto DVD at some point. I believe I have the technology to do that. And that'll be neat. And then once I have everything saved onto DVD, I'll be able to share it with family, especially my brother, because he's far away, lives in the mountains, doesn't get a whole lot of internet service, can't watch my show, can't watch a lot of my video stuff. So, yeah, DVD, probably the way to go for him. I could also record stuff onto VHS. A couple of years back, I sent my brother a record player with the Bluetooth speakers, and I sent him a box of records. I sent him a poster that he had when he was a teenager, the black light poster of the Cobra, and a graphics bong, and t-shirt. I love t-shirts, so I sent him some t-shirts. But one of the packages that I sent him was 2 VCRs, one to play with and one as a backup, a rewinder, and a stack of videotapes that I created from movies that I have here. So I recorded some stuff onto VHS. I also sent him an original copy on VHS of Over the Edge, one of my favorite movies. And look for that movie to be spotlighted on my going to the movies. Because that segment will be fun. I'll be able to get in and really research all of those favorite movies of mine, and then bring them to you as well as more information about them. Over the Edge being one of my favorite movies, as well as many of the John Carpenter movies from the 70s, 80s, even 90s. There are so many movies, even from just a brief period in time. It's the early 80s. There's a chunk of movies there that means so much to me because of where I saw them. I mean, there's a handful of movies that are my favorite movies ever because I watched them over and over again on HBO or Showtime during the 6 weeks that I ditched in 7th grade. I ditched the whole last 6 weeks of my 7th grade year. Being bullied isn't fun. Being the different guy is not fun. And it drove me right out of school. It almost created a runaway out of me. It really did. I thought so often about just picking up and leaving and just saying, fuck it, fuck everything, fuck everybody. I'll just go live in a ditch somewhere, right? And, if it wasn't for my friends and that new family that I found, I probably would have just run away somewhere. Done whatever. If it wasn't for those friends and being able to leave my house and go be with other people, and then eventually I left home at 15 and spent most of that time living with family of friends. And that's just the way it was. I'm not going to blame anyone. Put a bunch of, poor me. My life is my life. If it wasn't for the things in my past, I wouldn't, have the presence I have, and that's that's fine. Um, I enjoy my little life here in crazy old weird bearded guy land. You know, it's cool. TV shows. That's another thing, another segment. What's on TV, right? And I like coming up with ideas for video segments, but only a tiny bit as much as I enjoy creating them. And we'll call this segment What's on TV. And then that way I can kind of highlight, pardon me, the favorite shows from my past that you can still find today. And that's my ultimate goal with some of these shows, is to bring those things from the past to you, and hopefully in a way that you can still enjoy them. I don't want to talk about something that you can't find. And that's, that's kind of he's talking about that. And there's no copies to be found, man.
Hey, Margaret, he's talking about that shit again.
No, really. When I talk about a particular movie or TV show, I'm going to hopefully show you where to find it now. A link, preferably. But at the very least, I'll give instructions on how to find the damn TV show or movie from the past. Because a lot of the stuff I've forgotten about until I dig it up, off one of these internet places or off one of these streaming channels. Or I'll hear reference to something somewhere on one of these YouTube shows and think, oh, I got to find that. Like, who remembers the stage show Helix or Halix? It was a Disneyland show. I believe it was done in the Tomorrowland stage theater deal, where eventually they did the Michael Jackson Captain EO. And it was a live stage concert with music, rock and roll music, and the cast of characters looked like something out of Star Wars. Now, I remember going to Disneyland back in the early 80s and seeing posters for Helix and thinking, what kind of crazy Star Wars shit is this? And thinking, oh, it's just one of those Disney, things like the animatronic puppets, and it probably won't be very good. And boy, was I wrong. I watched a documentary on it recently where they don't really have too much. They don't really have too much saved from that show or that period, aside from a couple of home movies. So you really can't find anything on Helix. So if you get a chance, watch the documentary. I'll try to remember to put a link to the documentary in this show. But it was a YouTube documentary, and yeah, weird, wild, wacky, zany stuff. But about a week and a half to go until concert season starts up again. I'm gonna do the whole Mitch Rowland thing up at Pappy and Harriet's and see Mitch Rowland, the guitar player for Harry Styles, and his solo tour. And then his special guest is Harris Harper, Ben Harper's daughter, who I saw open with Ben Harper for Harry Styles. So that was neat. So it'll be neat to see her again. It'll be neat to see Mitch Rowland again and see him in his own capacity playing his music and really jamming on the guitar. Phenomenal guitar player. Fun stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good, wacky, wild, zany stuff. I better pop a couple of pills here because while I'm still feeling above board, I want to make sure I stay there. So there you are, pills. Well, I played my theme song that I just finished writing for my daughter when she got back from class last night, because I wrote it. I discussed it with her before she went to class, and then I wrote it and perfected it while she was in class. So by the time she got home, I was able to play it for her, and anytime I make her smile and get a giggle out of her, I know that I've done good, and I know I've done good this time. But the song is definitely me, and which prompted me to start thinking about another song, go into a movie song, and that one, I don't know, I think I'm going to knock that one out of the park too. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully I can get over somewhere and get all of this theme music recorded in entirety so that I can get this video edited and be done with it. It appears there are cats caterwauling outside, which has driven my dog to wake up. And take it easy. Damn. Oh, sorry guys. You missed breakfast. I ate the cereal bar already. I know you guys like nibbles, but there's no nibbles. You want to go back to bed? Did that cat wake you up, Sam? Did that kitty cat wake you up, huh? Poor guy. Poor Sammy. Poor Sam. Poor Sam. It's about time for some coffee, huh? You want to go back to bed? You want to go with Natalia? Well, let's see what Oliver wants. Sammy. Come here, Sam. Come on. Hi, bud. How's it going? How's it going, buddy? I'm doing this, Sammy. Hi, my buddy. Did you know you're my special boy? Huh? Did you know you're my best buddy? I bet you knew that. I bet you knew that. You're tired, huh? Too early for you, huh? You damn cat. Stupid gato waking you up. My baby boy. So how are you? Did you sleep okay? Hmm? My little baby boy? My little baby buddy? How are you? How are you, boy? Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy face? Sleepy? Sleepy face? Oh, my buddy. Oh, my buddy. You give such good hugs. You give such good hugs, Sammy. You give such good hugs. You're a hugger. You're a good hugger. You're a good. You're not going to go to sleep, are you? Not going to go to sleep, are you? Yeah. Let's get you back in bed, okay? Come on, buddy. What is it, your show now? Hmm? What is it, your show now? Huh? Is it your show? Well, come here, little whitey. Come here, little whitey. Come here, little whitey. Hi. Hi. Yes, I know. I love you too. Yes, I've eaten already. Yes. Hi. There's nothing there for you. You little pig. You little pig. There's nothing there for you. There's nothing there for you, you little pig. You little pig. Oh. Ooh, you're loud. It's all gone. It's all gone. I ate it already. I ate it. It's gone. It's all gone. I know. I know. You want there to be more, but there's not. Oliver. Okay, look. There's nothing. Here's a freaking oat. Okay. There's an oat for you. There. One oat. Why? I know. No coffee kisses either. It's tea. Ah. Speaking of coffee, it's coffee time. Excuse me while I get some coffee. Let's show the cup here. It's just hard. wedgie, no wedgie, no wedgie. Okay, so I got this cup, my Universal Studios mug here, of course, at Universal Studios during our trip there last year. My daughter wanted to go see the Mario Brothers World thingy. And it was pretty cool. I hobbled around there all day with my cane. Drove all the way out there, drove all the way back. We even did our in and out thing. Coffee. Oh, what's it got? Kick to the heart, huh? C'est la kiné. Every once in a while, I'll say, "Hey man, hey man, leave a message." But do that. Leave a message. Leave a message. It's how I know who's out there. I know. It takes forever to people get rolling on YouTube. So I'm just going to keep plugging away, bringing you hours and hours of content. A lot of meaningless content like this. But that's cool. The more hours I have on YouTube, the better YouTube likes me. So you like this shirt? This is I'm not used to a shirt this size. I usually go way big on my shirts. This one's a large. But if you've been paying attention, you know that I lost about 30 some odd pounds recently. Not to mention the 160 pounds I lost from getting rid of an unwanted house guest. But all of that, I guess maybe it was the stress of that took another 30 pounds or more off of me. Because I was pretty fat before then. And then maybe we can see the difference between my first morning show and the present. The first morning show being at the end of middle to the end of December, I believe, was the beginning of my show. And I felt bigger then. But I'm not really. We're going to turn this, and what do we got in here? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Beatles. I've got some Beatles here. Baja Marimba Group. Ooh, they're really cool. Belafonte and the Beatles. Introducing the Beatles, Revolver, Sgt. Pepper's, Let It Be, and where is it? I know I've got an Abbey Road here. Where is my Abbey Road? Out of position? Are you out of position there, rookie? Are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you? You must be way out of position because I cannot find you. Hello? Where's my Beatles? Where's all of my Beatles? Huh? Association? Well, that's not them. Oh, you know what? I think they might be in the stack over here at the turntable. That's probably where my Beatles Abbey Road is. I think I listened to it recently. Long Stones, Dolly. Ah, there it is. There we go. Here comes the sun. There's that song. Mean Mr. Mustard. So there we go. There's Beatles. There's the Beatles. There's them Beatles. She said, I know what it's like to be good. Yeah. I won't try to sing in the morning. Like I said, I'm not a singer. I'm not a musician. I'm just a guy who likes caterwauling, making noise. Coffee. Yeah, the thing is that I could probably swill this giant cup of coffee loaded with caffeine and then jump back into bed and go to sleep. Yeah, well, you know, that's insomnia for you. It leads to kind of a form of narcolepsy, because all of a sudden you can't keep your eyes open no matter what you do. It just pulls you down. It just pulls and pulls. Oh, look at what I just saw. Some pain relief. But it's not as bad as it was yesterday. Yesterday the pain was really maxing out. I don't know if somebody gets on and checks my show yesterday, episode 3. I think one of my commenting tasks for you was to comment on how many hits I took yesterday. Nobody commented, so I guess no one watched the whole show. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Yeah, I may be going out tomorrow night. And it's kind of a bummer that I don't have 50 subscribers, because I would love to be able to go out and bring you mobile live from some location somewhere. And, you know, going to see Tavi tomorrow night would be the spot. He's only going to do about a half dozen songs. It sounds like it'll be a perfect Friday night thing. Of course, it's happening late in the evening, like 7 or 8 or something. I don't know. I like the shirt. I like yesterday's shirt, my Tokyo shirt. That was a good shirt. I liked it. Arr. Oh. Hot coffee. Hot. You know, who else out there just gets a real kick out of coffee in the morning? I'm not talking a caffeine kick, but it's like entertainment. I mean, it is. Coffee is like it's like an action sequence of a movie or a comedy scene, you know, or a drama scene. It's just, Oh, coffee, it's coffee. It makes my post-nasal drip just go crazy. Coffee. Maybe it's the caffeine affects me like the cocaine did, right? Cocaine used to do this to me. Oh, good old cocaine. Good old cocaine. The good old cocaine days, right? I'm wondering, I'm 55. Most of my teachers had to be in their 20s, 30s, or 40s. I wonder how many of my teachers are actually still around. Like, say, from high school. I'm going to assume that, all the Mrs. Browns from my grade school days are probably not with us any longer. But people like Miss Tryon, Mr. Schaefer, I don't think Mr. Schaefer's around. Coach Herrick from junior high, I don't think he's going to be here. Well, you never know. Benny Neal, Coach Benny Neal, I don't know if he's going to be around any longer. Yeah, and anybody else have any teachers, coaches, staff from Elsinore High that they know that are still around? Right? Because I don't keep up with the alumni and the staff and what you call it, those reunion things. Of course, the Tigers are always planning reunion cruises. I'm sure it's just one person behind this. Somebody cleaning up. Pardon me. But I don't do cruises and I don't do high school reunions. Everything you see about it on TV and in the movies is exactly what it is. It's a bunch of people getting together to prove to themselves that they're still better than everyone else, I guess. Because all I see are mainly a lot of snobs, who want to one-up the person next to them by saying, well, I went to vacation in France and Italy. Good bully on you, man. Bully for you. That's great. But don't, it's like they wield these comments like a sword. I'm better than you. Swish parry. Thrust. Coffee. Yeah. So anybody have annoying dreams that they don't want to have? I mean, I'm not talking about, reoccurring nightmares and shit. I'm just talking about people showing up in your dreams that you really don't want there, right? There's a person that I recently extracted from my life, and that person keeps showing up as if nothing wrong. And the last time this person showed up in my dream, I actually was conscious enough in my dream to remember that I didn't want this person in my dream any longer. And I confronted this person in my dream and expressed all of those things that I wanted to express to that person, had they not cowardly run off like a chicken shit. So it was kind of cathartic, right? It was kind of therapeutic to be in this dream and conscious of this person and aware that I have to tell this person. And I did. And I told this person off. I told this person exactly what I had to say. I don't remember the outcome other than that person crying, which, really made me feel sad, not. Boo frickin' who on you. Boodly who. Bodie who. So yeah, hopefully I have exiled that person out of my dreams and they won't return, because I don't want them in my life. Why would I want them in my dreams? And it's unfortunate when it's a person who you've always wanted in your life, a person that has been in your life since, as far back as you care to remember. And then all of a sudden they show their true shitty brown colors, and you find out why. You find out why their own family doesn't even want to have anything to do with them, right? Because they're garbage, they're shit. And that just happens. That could have been me. I could have been that garbage person. Now my family doesn't want to have anything to do with me, mainly because I won't have anything to do with them. I took the initiative and just decided, you know what, stay the fuck away from me. There's one person in my life who is still family. And like I said, that person lives so far away, how could any harm happen, right? Of course, the nearest family member I have, I really won't have anything to do with. That person, once again, has shown their true shitty brown colors once too often, and our apologies are not an excuse to just do whatever the fuck you want and then come along later sniveling, oh, what about me? I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like those people who push past you in the supermarket saying, sorry, sorry, sorry. Yeah, do that to me. I follow you around the supermarket screaming, sorry, behind you. Because that's the way I play that. And if you're a family member and you have to keep coming at me with sorry, well, then you know what? Take your sorries and stick them up your ass. Sorry is not carte blanche to just do whatever the fuck you want to do. And they just, oh yeah, I just have to give an apology and everything's okay, right? No. You think about the apology that you're going to have to give before you do the thing that causes the apology to take place ahead of time. You deal with it ahead of time. And then there's no reason to apologize because you thought and you didn't do the stupid thing that you're going to have to apologize for, right? Duh. I mean, go fucking figure. Just go fucking figure. It's like just believing whatever people say and just going along with it. Oh, no, I can't trust you. I'll believe you if you say that. Oh, you say that? Well, I believe you again. It's like, no, hell no. Take your apologies and shove them up your fucking ass. I didn't ask for you to be a dickhead to me in the first place or be a fucking cunt. And then you did that, and now you think it's okay because you said you're sorry, right? No. I give myself very few reasons, if any, to say that I'm sorry. So I don't say I'm sorry a lot because I don't do things that I need to fucking apologize for. If you find yourself saying sorry more than once a month or more than once a year even, get your head out of your fucking ass. Think before you fucking act. Am I being too harsh? Am I Uncle Lesson here? Sure, if that's what you want to call it. The more you think, the less you got to apologize, right? Especially the more you think about those around you, other people. Courtesy, let's bring courtesy back. Let's bring shaming back, Shame on you for being discourteous. Get your shit together. I got no trouble shaming someone in public. If they're gonna reach across in front of me, stop my movement so that they can run around in front of me and then reach out in front of me to grab something off the shelf while they're on their fucking phone, and over their shoulder, out of the corner of their face, they're going to say, sorry. Not even, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Just a quick sorry. That is a person that is going to be eating my fist if they do that kind of shit again. And usually they've got time to think about it with me actually following them around the store going, sorry, 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 behind them at their every fucking action. That's my way of shaming people. All right. If somebody fucks with me out in the world and and it's obvious, and it's obvious that they should know what they've done, what transgression. Then I will let them know. Hey, hello, what the fuck? And most of the time, people are all mea culpa, sorry, which is even worse because that's the last thing I want to fucking hear out of somebody's face is that fucking S word, right? But yeah, you fuck with me and I'm gonna shame you right there on the fucking spot. And if you got a problem with it, step the fuck outside. As broken up as I fucking am, I'll break myself even more if we gotta fucking go round and round about this fucking lesson. That's all there is to it. I haven't had much reason in my life to get physical with people, but it's come to the point to where I'm not just going to lay it down and roll over and let people do what they do, walk all over other people. No. You might get away with that at home. You might get away with that at work. You might get away with that out in the rest of your little fucked up life. But show some fucking courtesy. If there's another human here, act like it. End of fucking story. You can't do that. Hit the fucking road or prepare to be shamed or be called a fucking dickhead or a fucking cunt or an asshole. I hate using foul language directed at anyone almost as much as I hate physical violence. But there's a time and a place for everything. There's a time and a place to shame somebody, to smack somebody upside the back of the fucking head, or tell somebody that they're a fucking idiot and they need to get the fuck off your toe, right? There's a time and a place, you really gotta fuck with me to push me that far to where I'm gonna express to you right to your face what the fuck's going on. But if you've done that, just realize that there are other people around you, and then you just go on with your fucking life. That's all you got to do. Courtesy, awareness. Other people on the planet, hello. We don't all subscribe to your little fucked up way of life. Okay, everybody else has got their own fucked up way of life. Let's not step on somebody's toes because you're too wrapped up in your own bullshit, right? I'm not the nicest guy in the world when I go out, but I'm courteous and I try to put myself in the other guy's shoes as often as possible. Why? Because nobody did that when I was young. Hi, Bessie. Good morning, big face. Hi. How are you? How are you, big face? I know you like to get up and heave water out of your stomach. If you're going to do it, go that way, okay? Come on, over there. I don't want a lap full of dog slobber, please. I know, I love you. You want to go over here and lay down? Want to get in here? You want to get in here? You want to get by the heater? You want to get by the heater? Want to get by the heater? Huh? You can go over here. No? Okay. Okay, fuzzy tits, go lay down. Yeah. You can't get in my lap. There's no room. You can lay there if you want. You big doofus girl. You're such a big doofus. Yes, you are. He's a big doofus girl. Oh, yeah. You're such a cutie. Well, anyway, I just kind of spend my mornings going off on tangents. Yeah. Does anyone remember the old swap meet in Lake Elsinore, right along the 15 freeway there? It was called Peddler's Village. It was considered at the time in the 70s and early 80s to be one of the best swap meets in Southern California. if not the best one. There were some that were most of the swap meets that I remember from back in the day were at drive-in theaters. Drive-in theaters on the weekend during the day would make money renting out spots for people to vend and sell stuff. There she is. Yeah, go lay down. Lay down. Go to bed. Go to bed, big doggy. Big face. Big face. Big face. Big face. No, this is a big face. She doesn't kiss. She doesn't give licks. So if you get a little lick out of her, it's a big thing. Yeah. She's one of those weird dogs. She's cold, so all of her back hair is just sticking straight up. Do you need to go outside? Do you want to go outside? Is that what you need? Are you tired? You want to go to bed? You want to go outside? You got to let me know. The poker face doesn't tell me anything, honey. Pardon me. All right, well, you sit there and you think about it. You want to go back to bed? Huh? Everybody else lets me know what they want with their eyes. You? Unless you gesture, I don't know what you want. For a time, we lived for like 3 years, we lived in Temecula, in a little neighborhood called Las Arena. And on occasion, we would take things out to a swap meet in Palm Springs. Maybe even Palm Desert. Highway 74 in Southern California stretches from San Juan Capistrano, Mission San Juan Capistrano there, and comes through the Ortega Mountains, and then it winds down into Lake Elsinore. And then it continues along Grand up Riverside Drive, and then out into just past where the Peddler's Village was, past Catfish Corner, under the freeway, and then 74 takes you out through Paris, and then into Hemet, and then up toward Idlewild in the mountains, Cleveland National Forest, and then it takes you down the backside of that mountain into Desert Hot Springs. And we used to go from Temecula out to Desert Hot Springs on occasion to vend items gifted to us. Somebody had given us a bunch of African art and ocean stuff, blowfish and coral and shells, shell lamps, big conch shells, and other weird African art stuff, statues and handmade items. And they decided to get out of the vending business and just had a bunch of crap. So we took all the crap and we would just take it out on occasion and try to make some money off of it. You want to go outside? Come on, let's go. Well, the sun's starting to come up out there. A pretty little sunset. I wish I had an outdoor cam. My coffee's getting a bit luke. Well, I don't know. I wish this dog was as easy to figure out when she wants to go out as she does when she wants to come in. When she's ready to come in, she just sits at the door. If the door is wedged, she'll just bump it with her nose and let herself in. She don't close it. But if she can't open the door when she's ready to come in, she'll just give a boof, boof, boof. She just give a little boof. Not even a bark. It's just kind of a harumph. And then I know she's ready to come in. Sure, her barks get louder if she wants to come in and nobody's hearing her. She's a funny dog. She really is. Hot coffee. But yeah, let's see, where were we? I have no idea. I know that I talk about so many damn things. Yeah. So we used to go to the swap meet in Palm Desert, Palm Springs area. I remember it was, I think it was a drive-in. I think it was an old drive-in. Did they have a drive-in out there? I'm sure they did. And it was bought up and turned into a golf course, or, 18th hole, or condos or some shit. Because I'm out here in the area, and I don't think that there's a drive-in in the Palm Springs area anywhere down there, really. The only drive-ins that I know of are in the Los Angeles area, Orange County. I know of one in San Diego, Oceanside, the Oceanside drive-in. There's a drive-in out here about 20 minutes from us, just over in the next town, the Smith Valley, the Smith Ranch drive-in. And they'll hopefully be open again real soon. They're a big, it's not a huge drive-in theater. It's kind of a country bumpkin drive-in theater. It's old school enough that they still have the posts. They don't have the speakers hanging, because everything is done digitally now through your stereo. But that's one of those places where, yeah, I want to go back to the drive-in, and it just depends on what kind of movies they have. I think the last thing we saw there was the Super Mario movie, and that was cool. I don't think I saw the whole thing. I think I kind of just hung out and got loaded, but we went because all the girls wanted to go see it. So there you go. So we saw Mario. I'm really not into new movies. It would be great if that drive-in theater would do, like in the summer, like do Thursday nights and do old movies from the 70s, 80s, that kind of stuff, even the 90s. But let's do something from last century, and let's just have one day a week where we'll watch Halloween 1 and 2 back to back, the originals, or a couple of Police Academy movies. On occasion, they've done some throwback movies. I think they did a Lethal Weapon, or some other, movies from back. God, I wish I could remember what old movies they played there. But it's a great place to take the family. They've got a great snack bar there. They've got pizza and popcorn, all that stuff. So we like to go in my van, so that we can load it with a bunch of chairs and a cooler, and go make a whole night of it, and then have a place to sit in the van and chill out on the couch. There's a place outside, because we'll throw out some folding chairs, and then we can bring a little cooler with drinks, go to the snack bar and get popcorn, crank up my stereo with the sound so it's just friggin' blasting, because you get those people who are sitting there in their cars with the windows rolled up tight. They might as well just fucking stay at home, right? I mean, give me a breath. You know, this world is full of so many fucking tight ass people, you know, where they couldn't think outside the box to save their fucking lives, right? I mean, come on, people. Another thing that burns me up is people who go and they rent these Airbnbs, right? And they leave their hometown. They spend all of this money to get to another place. They spend all of this money renting a house, right? And then they never leave the fucking thing, right? It's like all they want to do is, well, how come the TV doesn't work? And how come this and this and this and this? It was like, people, you know, get out of your fucking shell and go do something, you know? I mean, the people that come all the way out here on vacation and then they make spaghetti or macaroni and cheese, you know, I get it. It's expensive to rent the place, and you're probably renting the house so that you can make your own meals. But you're on fucking vacation. Take a vacation from yourself, you know? Really? I mean, so often I will find a half-eaten pot of macaroni and cheese. They must have dumped 10 boxes of macaroni and cheese to make this giant pot of macaroni and cheese, right? And it's barely touched. Why? Because people are on fucking vacation. They don't want to eat the same fucking crap, right? Big giant pots of spaghetti left over. Oh, I wonder why. You know? Well, fucking, there's a million places to eat out here. There's everywhere you go, there are a million places to eat that are of that place. Give it a whirl. Try it out. You know? I mean, geez, people. You're on vacation. Fucking take a vacation. You know? Now, it's those people where they've got the house, and you can see that the most that they've done in the kitchen is made coffee or tea, a toast or something light in the mornings, and there's some kind of dessert product around and some to-go boxes, right? That those are the people that are living. Those are the people that are having fun. You know, they got to-go boxes from just about every place in town, right? There's just enough in the morning to get them out of the house, right? You can tell that you know, that the couch hasn't been sat on. The TV probably hasn't been used because the remote's in the same friggin' spot. These are the people that have gone out and decided to escape themselves, right? Or maybe that's what they do. Their whole life is about living things differently and on the go, you know? Far out. More power to you, people. And if you go on vacation, go on vacation, man. You know? Fucking A. It's like those people that go out to, you know, they go out to the bar once in a while, and yet they have the same fucking drink every time, right? The same fucking beer, the same beer in a shot, the same combination, the same cocktail, whatever. That's, you know, they're so stuck in a rut, you know. And believe me, I know. You know, I mean, I was like the king of the ruts, you know. Like a night in the rut, I was like, you know, I was like a night in a rut. Totally. I was rooted in a rut. And everybody gets there, you know, because we get wrapped up. We don't realize that we're just slaves. We don't realize that we're hello. Anyways, yeah, we don't realize that, you know, we're just programmed from birth to serve, you know, to serve. I mean, and now, you know, it's like they've got you so convinced that you have to serve, but they don't tell you that you're serving. They want you to think that you're serving yourself, or your community or their fellow citizens, but you're not. Anytime that you're in service for anyone, you're in service for them first and foremost, and whatever organization or bureaucracy they've built around themselves or their organization or bureaucracy. And when bureaucracies just create more bureaucracy, that's not the kind of thing that I want to serve. Right? Everyone should serve their community and their country in what capacity they are able. All right. But when you're blindly serving as a patriot, all right, and being the term patriot I see as a double-edged sword, because who are you really serving when it's time to go off to war? All right, the average people, the average citizens, do not want to go out and kill each other. All right. We want to go out and kill each other when our fearless leaders, they're fearless, of course, because they're not the ones that have to pick up arms. All right. And they tell us, well, it's time to go out and fight. And do we question? Sometimes we do. In some countries, when you question whether or not to go out and fight, you just wind up dead or in prison. Right. Here, we're able to have a voice, and yet everybody wants to just blindly serve. Why? Because they get this wool pulled over their eyes, which might as well just be on your way to the freaking gallows, because that's what it's going to give you. It's going to give you death. When you blindly follow someone down a road and you haven't been given the complete map, well, you're fucked. You're just fucked. And that's what war is. War happens when logic fails. And I see nothing logical out in the world lately. Nothing. Because, we have the capacity to think and act beyond violence. And what do? We use violence. Watch every fucking movie that's out right now, and they glorify violence. All right. If you see those superhero movies, or those apocalypse movies where you've got buildings toppling over and you see thousands of people falling out of these buildings, down to the ground before the building comes and smashes them, or you see a bridge blow up with, thousands of people on it, or you see a building blow up with thousands. It's just propaganda. It's just programming. They're just making us feel okay and complacent with a lot of death. Why? Because they want to kill a lot of people right now. And it's okay to kill a lot of people if you're used to seeing a lot of people die, even if it's fantasy people, right? Even if they're not even real, even if it's in the movies, your brain don't know that. All right, your brain sees death as death. All right, no matter how much you tell your brain this is fake, it's just a movie, there's still a part of your brain that perceives it as reality. Okay. And when we become okay seeing so much death and destruction around us, even in the movies or in video games or on TV, we're still programmed to be okay with it. And we're programmed to accept the first responders are there to help us, and they're not. They're there to feed a bureaucracy. We're programmed to believe that, servicemen or women are there to serve us, and they're not. Those commercials where they're helping us and protecting us from a foe or saving us from a hurricane or blizzard or something. And that kind of shit doesn't happen. That's not what the military is for. The military isn't there to save us and protect us. All right. They're there to take care of themselves and the government and the bureaucracy that the government has created. There's a dog barking. So if you serve, ask yourself, what capacity am I really serving in, right? And if you ask yourself that question, who am I really serving? You may not like the answer, Um, I found out from an early age um, with my father. My father was in Vietnam back when there was still a draft. And do you think that they really need to reinstitute a draft? I don't think so. I mean, I think there's enough people out there who want to serve in that capacity. Um, so no, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe things are changing. Maybe people are less likely to join up and serve. I don't know. I know that back in '91, when Desert Storm happened, people were clamoring to join up. Um, and they used mainly reservists for that situation, right? And then after the first attack on the Twin Towers, there were some people who was like, yeah, we need to go fight these terrorists. But after the second 9/11, of course, there you go. People were joining up, veterans, old guys, let me go and fight. Of course, they had no clue what they were fighting for or against. All they knew was the propaganda and the bullshit that was being thrown at them. So we never get told the truth, because it's a matter of national security. Well, why are we fighting? It's national security. Well, who are we fighting? It's national security. How are we going to? It's national security. So we never get told anything until it's over, and then we look back and go, "Wow, we should have done that. We shouldn't have listened to them." And Korea, Vietnam, um, Desert Storm, 9/11, the Afghan War, Saudi. I mean, all of these things happened because of greed. They didn't happen because we were being terrorized. They happened because of greed. And then they said, oh, by the way, we're being terrorized. The terrorism came as a necessity to program us. How can they program us when there's nothing to use to program us with? Well, let's create a situation where we can say, hey, we got to get together and go out and come on. How many people, saw through that? Not many. It took me a year or so before I started to put the pieces together and saw through all the bullshit and realized people were actually buying into this. That we're going down this road, and things changed so quick. Within a couple of years, the Constitution was just, was a roll of toilet paper.
Oh.
All right. Coffee is hot. Oh, yeah. So I'm a pretty cynical guy. I'm a guy that was raised so that gullibility was not a factor. My father would fill me full of so much bullshit and then sit and wait for me to figure out whether or not it was real or bullshit, right? And so I had to be on my toes, thinking, by the time I was in my late teens, I was like, is he bullshitting me or is this reality? So I really had to be a free thinker. And I think I've instilled that in my daughter. When I tell her something, matter of factly, she'll look at me and she'll go, that's bullshit. Right? If I throw a strange word at her, she'll look at me and go, you're making that up. And sometimes I am, but a lot of times I will have to No, look, it's a real world, real word. This is reality here. So, my daughter, not gullible. And that makes me proud and happy. Yeah, because nobody wants their kid to be talked into shit real easily, and because that can get you into trouble. It's one thing to be nice and courteous, but then to just let people walk all over you. She's one for speaking her mind. She's one for speaking up if she's wronged. She had a run-in with one of her teachers in high school, and her teacher just called her on it and said, "Man, you are just a rebel. You don't go for anything. You don't go for bullshit. And my daughter was just not getting along with this teacher because this teacher just wasn't doing her job, right? Wasn't teaching, here, take this and go work on this and leave me alone. Some of the teachers, they get tenure and they just figure, well, now I could just ride this out for another 20, 30 years and not do a fucking thing. And there are a lot of teachers out there like that. And this was one of them. And my daughter wasn't going along with the bullshit she was throwing. And, when my daughter told me that she was singled out and called a rebel, my heart leapt. I felt like I had done my job, because all the other kids in the class were just going along with it because they had no choice. That's what they were taught, to just go along. And my daughter said, I ain't going along. And I hope she keeps that with her the rest of her life. Don't just go along to get along. I had to do that a lot in my life, in my childhood and throughout my adult life. And I stopped about 10 years ago. I stopped going along to get along. And it cost me jobs, it cost me friends, it cost me family. But I just got sick of it, I got to be somebody else just to please somebody else. If you can't accept me for who I am, well, fuck you, go away, And I got to the point to where I was just, no, I'm not going to just pretend to be somebody else, go along, yeah, sure, whatever you say. No, I decided to stand up, put my foot down, and stand the fuck up. And it's hard when you're used to just, rolling over and letting people do whatever's going to happen, because they're in charge, they're the authority, I respect authority so much as authority respects the individual. If you're going to box me up, and put a number on me because of your bureaucracy, fuck you. You've taken all the humanity out of your bureaucracy, so go fuck yourself. And if you're going to look at me like that as a human, well, then you can just doubly go fuck yourself. If you can only look at things through your glasses, through your lens, through your point of view, then there's something wrong with you. If you believe in one thing solely 100%, where there's no changing your mind, you've already lost. You've already lost the fight. You might as well just roll over and die, because that's not the world. The world is, you learn something every day, even if it's something small, something about yourself or the world. If you ain't doing that, you might as well just kiss your ass goodbye. What's the point? Get up and do the same fucking thing every fucking day. No way. That's not why we're on this planet. You guys can argue with me as much as you want, but the truth is, we're not put on this planet as fucking slaves. And that's what they want you to believe, without even knowing it. You get up, you go to work, you come home, you eat the same fucking goddamn rotation of meals every fucking week. You watch the same fucking programs, you root for the same fucking team, and then you pay your fucking bills and you do it again and again and again and again. And then you say, well, I've only got, 10 more years until I can give this up and then do what I want. By then you'll be dead, or you'll be so fucking used up you won't care, or you'll get to retirement and there'll be nothing left to retire with or on, you know? Make now your fucking now, people. I mean, I'm 55 years old, you know? And while I had a lot of fun during that 55 years, I had to do a lot of fucking ass-kissing slave fucking labor, right? And I'm done with it. I'm fucking done with it. I'd rather live in my van or live in a ditch than to go through that hell again, all right? Because no matter what you do, somebody can always come along and say, you know what, we don't need you anymore. You know what, you can't pay for your house. We're going to take that away. You know what, you don't get to keep those cars anymore. Here, go out and buy a 20-year-old car for $500 because that's all you can afford now, all right? It can happen to anyone. It'll never happen to me because I got my shit together and I've got this great job and I've got this bank account and everything's half paid for. You know, bullshit. It could fucking happen to you, you know? So many people I've seen halfway through their perfect little lives and everything gets chucked out the fucking window. And they have not planned for it. Happened to me. You know, our lives were going along perfect. And then the economy crashed in 2008, right? And the perfect job went down, you know, all of the things that were building up, all of a sudden, you know, were just evaporated, you know, and we had to change. We had to pick up and move and change again, and pick up and move and change again. And I realized that we were following the work, you know, we weren't creating the work. We weren't working in our area to build a future for us in one spot. We were just worried about making somebody else fucking money, making somebody else happy, making somebody else's retirement come true. And for every, you know, for every 100 people are out there busting their fucking ass just to get by, there's one person profiting off of all of those people making their dream come true, right? And all of those other people, even though, you know, they get their little Christmas bonus and they get their paid holiday and stuff, they're still living paycheck to paycheck, you know, hand to mouth, you know, scraping to get by, telling their kids, well, you know, if you're going to go to college, you better get a scholarship because we can't afford it. We got car payments and the house payment, and dad's going to have to work an extra 10 years just to pay for that. I mean, how many people out there should have retired already, but they've had to work longer in their, you know, in their jobs because retirement's just further and further away. You know, you keep signing on another 5-year contract to work at that place that you've been for 20, 30 years, you know, and you expect a bonus because you get one every year, right? I just don't know how people could do this, you know. Because I couldn't. I tried and I tried and I tried, and trying to live like that, that's not living. All right, that's making it so that someone else can live. You know, when you're relegated to having a 2-week vacation once a year, and hoping and praying that you get a Christmas bonus so that you can afford to move into the next year. I mean, that's not fucking living. That's slave fucking labor. You know. And the more you make, well, the more you got to buy so that you can look like you make the money that you do, right? You don't want to make all this money and then live like a fucking a slob in a shed, right? Because that wouldn't look right. You wouldn't be able to show yourself at work. You wouldn't be able to hold your head up high if you weren't driving that new car, right? And that's the shit you're programmed with. You know, from the time you're a little fucking kid, and you gotta have those new shoes so that the other kids won't laugh at you, right? You gotta have new pants because these are getting a little high up, you know, and they're starting to ask you if you're ready for a flood, right? So we're programmed at an early age to want something more, something better, something the other guy has, something we've seen on TV. And all it does is lead us to being a slave as an adult. So yeah, boy, do I hate to lecture like this, but sometimes I look out into the world and I think the world needs me to scream and yell at them, wake the fuck up. Get out there and do what you want to do, not what somebody else is paying you to fucking do. You know, why do you think I'm here doing my video crap, making videos and playing music? And because it's what I want to do, what makes me happy. These are my passions, you know. So will I allow myself to be a fucking slave again? Hell no. If it is that, I'm going to be a slave to myself and my own passions and my own dreams and desires, not work my ass off every fucking day of the week so that somebody else can go on a nice fucking 6-month goddamn sabbatical out fucking Europe somewhere. Fuck that. You know? Fuck all that. It isn't worth it. It isn't worth that 2-week vacation for me to suffer all fucking year long with somebody's bullshit. You know, making my little fucking amount of money, you know. Working for assholes like that cost me more money, right? Because I had to live at a certain level in order to be accepted, right? What I do now, cleaning vacation rentals, I go out in a pair of jeans and a fucking t-shirt and my Vans every fucking day when I go out and clean, right? Is it going to make me rich? No. Am I going to be able to go out and buy a brand new car or make payments? No. Am I going to make payments on a house or something? No. That's why we live where we live and we have what we have, so that we don't have to do that. We don't have to live like fucking slaves. You know, we have more time to spend with ourselves and each other than with other people. You know, I mean, it's bad enough my daughter had to go off for 12 years and be raised by other people during her school years, right? That was hard enough to let her go every day and know that when she comes home, I don't even get her. Now she's a slave to her homework, right? So I think that we've done well that she's gone through all that indoctrination and she's come through the programming without too much damage to her psyche, right? And I could see that because she's a strong student. She's still a student. She's in college on her way to university. So I can see that it hasn't destroyed her. That whole school thing hasn't destroyed her desire for learning. All right. And hopefully we've let her know that she has to be a slave to herself only, and not to the system. Use the system to your benefit. Don't let the system use you because you wind up a slave or a fucking prisoner, you know, or wrapped up in somebody else's fucking bullshit, you know. I think I've taught her that she is the most important thing in her life, you know, and then after that come her family and friends, but she is the most important thing in her life. And by facing that head on, she's able to accept that everyone else on this planet is important as well. You know, so she can be kind and courteous and helpful, and polite, you know, and that's, you know, she doesn't have to, you know, be told to pull her head out of her fucking monitor or screen to be nice to somebody. She's already there, you know. When it's time to be nice to somebody or to be courteous or to be human, that phone's already in her pocket, you know. It's not a fixture on her face when she's out in the world, mainly because I won't have it. I won't go around walking around with a phone zombie. I see that all too much out there. People walking around, bumping into me, reaching past me because they're on their fucking phones. So that doesn't happen in our household. When you're out and about, unless you're using that phone for the reason you're out and about, that phone stays put the fuck away, you know, because it's not an integral part of your everyday life. It's a tool. All right. Don't become a tool. Use your phone as a tool, because that's what it is. You know, a lot of people, with a lot of people today, it's not a tool. It's a permanent fixture in their hand. It's attached permanently to their face. it's a way to communicate. It's it's the information highway. That's what it is. If it's a permanent thing in your life, well, get a fucking life. I mean, I pick up my phone a dozen times a day to check on the status of friends and family. I would say that all total throughout the day, I'm on my phone less than an hour, way less than an hour, because I think I allow myself to just be taken in by that fucking charlatan. You know, it is. It's a, you know, it's a devil in disguise. You know, and if you don't use it right, it can be very, very harmful. And so I stay away from my phone as often as possible. It's with me all the time. I use it to share what's going on in my world right now, or what I'm going to be doing. And then I use it to communicate with people, and I use it to research, to find information. I don't have a lot of apps loaded up on my phone. I don't go from one app to another. I don't go from one social media platform to another. I'm not some kind of social butterfly. I don't have hundreds of friends on Facebook. It's just not important to me. That technology is just not a strong, a heavy influence in my life. It's not one of those things that I will give up all of my time to. You know, I refuse to. When I first got it, and Facebook and the phone and all of the things, the games especially, man, farming, that farm game, I played that so much. Those jewel games, just stupid little mindless fucking games where it makes you think you're the king of the world until you put it away and you realize you got nothing else going on in your life with it, which is why you bury yourself in this thing for 8 hours a fucking day. And there are all kinds of people out there who will flat out refuse to admit how much time they really devote to that fucking idiot box, right? There was I had someone in my home recently who, anytime that you would try to tell that person that they're on their phone too much, they would clamor that they're never on. I'm never on I'd never do that. I'm not, and then boom, right back to it. Or they would say, "Oh, I think it's so rude when you're trying to watch a movie and somebody just gets on their phone and then keeps wanting to try to get you to look at the shit that's on their fucking phone." And then that person would do exactly the same fucking thing, Hey, let's watch a show. Okay, yeah. And you look over and they're just constantly glued to their fucking screen. Every once in a while, they laugh at the wrong time at what's going on, And it's just, you try to talk to them about what the show, and they're oblivious to what's going on. It's like, well, why are we watching this if you ain't going to watch this? I mean, and don't get up first thing in the morning and put your phone in my face and say, "Look at this." No. Dude, is my phone on? Am I looking at my phone? Are we going back and forth with phone shit right now? No. Do I ever do that? Will I ever sit there and try to have a conversation with someone and then sit on my phone and then say, "Yo, look at this"? No. If something is that important, I will just push a button and then they can see it when they want. And I don't have to interrupt our conversation. I don't have to, feel like I'm constantly throwing my screen, because I just don't do that, No, and I think it's rude for people to do that to people, to make it make their phone bullshit so important, and they're so self-important that they think that everybody else must have a piece of it. You got to look at this. You got to check this out. Why? Because it's so awesome. You're pretty fucked up if you think that's awesome. And if you think it's so awesome that everybody else has to see that fucked up thing, you need to take a fucking walk, dude. Especially violence. When people are so attuned to violence and violent videos and violent situations that it becomes humorous, right? Where they spend their whole day, if the TV's on in front of them, they'll spend the whole day watching that, video shows, fails and ridiculousness, where it's constantly people getting hurt, pain, hurt, pain, hurt. So then it becomes funny. So now you can watch a movie where somebody gets eviscerated and gut and has their stomach handed to them, right? It becomes humorous. It becomes funny. It's like, and then they want to get you to, hey, watch this movie, man. Check this out. Oh God, that's awesome, man. Are you kidding me? Really? This is what you've become? God, that's hideous. So no, it unfortunately, these things bring out the real people in people. And sometimes you don't want to know. You don't want to know what this person likes. You find out all too late that you really shouldn't have asked, what do you want to watch? What do you like to watch? I made brownies last night. Good old triple chunk chocolate brownies with crushed almonds or crushed walnuts on the top. I don't do almonds. Almonds are okay in a couple of things, but they taste funny baked, especially if you use almond extract. I hate almond extract. That is the nastiest fucking thing. And pastries with almond extract. Any chef or baker or cook that uses almond extract in a pastry or like a coffee cake or something, they need to be taken out and severely beaten. All right, because almond extract does not belong in pastries or baked goods. It's just nasty. It's horrible. So keep it out, people. Well, that's a big difference from yesterday at this time. I think I'd already done a half a dozen hits by this time yesterday. Yeah, so my wife's going to be getting up soon to go out to work, so there'll be some noise happening around 7 o'clock. But I'm going to stay on, and we'll see how long I can keep this up with her making a racket. That was one of the photographs off my refrigerator from over 20 years ago. That would be somewhere in 2000, 99 or 2000. After we got married. Yeah, and that was my father and his dog Louie. Um, and then there was a little girl in the corner of the picture, and that was my niece Haley. Hot coffee again. All right, people. So we're going to be waking up my wife in about 13 minutes, so that she can get going to help a friend get ready for a baby shower. The sun is starting to bounce off of my head. So that's cool. I'm going to light some more incense because I like the way it looks in the light. So I got to find a spot here where it's going to waft into the light. So let me get my incense holder. A lot of dum-diddy. Let's see, we'll take a little bit of the sandalwood here. Well, I don't know. I think I've slimmed down pretty good. What'd you say? I used to have quite the belly here. And it's happened on somewhat of a conscious level. There. Let's see if that works. Then we get some of that smoke in the light there. Now that's cool stuff, isn't it? Atmosphere. But yeah, I'm able to fit into more of my shirts, and some of my shirts are large. Mostly I wear extra large. Some of them you take what you can get when you're going for vintage. So I've just kind of set them aside, figuring, well, I'll be able to wear them at some point. This is a new one, and I got it because it looked pretty big for a large. Yeah, coolness. So yeah, wake up the old lady here, continue with my morning. I've been kind of bummed lately that I haven't been able to go to my full 3 hours. My idea was to get 12 hours a week uploaded, so that my content would keep going up every week. It's hard to sit and create videos other than like a music video. I mean, a music video takes 5 minutes to record, and then upwards of an hour to edit, and then upload and stuff. So that's not a big deal. It's creating the videos that are actually content. Mine are the stuff that I like to create are like little mini documentaries. All right. We'll call them micumentaries. Little documentaries about my life and things that interest me. So you'll see a lot of that. You'll see a lot of things that I talk about that are just, important to me or people of my era or age, or even further back. Because like I said, I grew up with a lot of, in the 70s, vintage and retro was in. So I was looking back to the 20s and the 30s, Betty Boop and Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello, the radio, the Shadow, and Suspense, X-1. So as a kid, vintage and retro was it for me. So I've always been one to look back and enjoy the past. Yeah, it's still a big part of my life. Well, she's up already. I didn't have to wake her. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Anyways. This ought to be interesting. I'm used to doing this show by myself and alone. And normally when there's the first hint of somebody being awake or being here, I'll just shut everything down. So today's a little different. My wife is awake and she's going to make some coffee and then venture out to go help some friends. So we'll see how it goes. You know what I mean? Am I going to freeze like a deer in the headlights? Like I was at open mic night? Right? Okay. So anyway, we're just coming into hour 2. It is February 15th, 2024, and we are well over halfway through this month. Well, not well over, we're a day over halfway. Half a day because it's 29 days. So 15th. Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. And we're just rocking and rolling through this month. It's coming along way too quick. So, what are the kind of things that you guys like to do when you're not working? I know, because I keep harping about slaves and slave labor and slavery and modern slavery and bureaucracy and service and shit. But when it comes right down to it, when you're all having fun, when you're not working, what is it that you like to do? I know a few people out there, musicians and stuff, they like to just play music, go to concerts, jam, listen to music, whatever. And this, that's pretty much the music people. But what do you guys like to do? Like to go to the beach, like to go to clubs, you dance, what other things are going on in your world? With me, not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. I do enjoy playing music, playing guitars, even though I'm not a musician. I enjoy singing, even though I'm not a singer. I enjoy writing lyrics, even though I'm not a writer. And I do these things because I enjoy it, not because it's what I do or I must do it. I just do it because it's fun. If it ain't fun, I ain't gonna do it. Work was like that. Work wasn't fun anymore. So I found work that I could do that, it's not just tolerable, but it's actually, it's okay. It's fun. I work with my wife. We hang out together. And each, while we do the same houses, it's always different. I mean, it becomes routine so that it's real easy in and out and then back to life, and life doesn't have to be expensive. Life doesn't have to be, a stack of, $1,000 bills every freaking month. Life is what you make of it. Make it fun. Make it happy. Make it you. Don't make, make yourself out to become some kind of freaking thing that everybody else wants you to be. That'll just get you pain and misery. Good morning, dear. How are you this morning? Nice. I'm wide awake. Coffee running through my veins. I I had to make it this morning, so I don't know if I made it strong or weak. Would you say three scoops? Yeah? 5. Okay. Well, then it should be pretty weak. You know, it should only be, what, half a heart attack rated? Totally. Oh, also, while I was working on my theme songs last night, I came up with the idea for my go into the movies. I was thinking on how to rate the movies that I discuss. And a lot of times people use like thumbs up or buckets of popcorn. You know, this movie, I'll give it 3 buckets of popcorn. And I thought, what am I going to come up with? And I was like, well, why don't we do like 3 bongs or bongs? Let's do a bong, this, I rate this one at like 3 bongs, man. It was like a 3 bong load movie. And then I thought, well, that's kind of unrelated to going to the movies, right? And so I wanted to do something that was more related to the, Usher's flashlights or something. So I thought, okay, what I'll do is wads of chewing gum under the chair, right? So if it's a great movie, it gets 4 wads of chewing gum. And if it's a crappy movie, it gets 1 wad of chewing gum, because how many wads of chewing gum you stick under your chair determines how long you've been watching the movie. So if you stay for the whole movie, you get 4 wads of chewing gum, right? And I thought that's kind of my daughter thought it was funny, got a kick out of it. Yeah, so I'll do my ratings as wads of gum. I give this movie 3 wads. And that should be kind of funny. Maybe at some point before this last third hour is up, or maybe I'll go more than 3 hours, because my wife's up now. She's going to be taking off, so maybe I'll just keep going. Maybe I'll do a marathon show, man. And then call up some people and get some people over here, and we'll get like a party situation going, get the dogs, put some clothes on the dogs, and we'll party. And no, cut it out. But yeah, maybe I'll play a little bit of live music in the last hour of the show, just for the hell of it. Maybe I'll share my new theme song with you, because I can do that. It's my show. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Anyway, we're into 2 hours now. It's top of the hour, 7 a.m. Yep. The weed is strong. The coffee is hot. And I'm starting to feel no pain. Well, at least less pain. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see. Big face over there. Yep. Over there, curled up in a little ball. Little ball. The boys came out and saw me again this morning. It was kind of cool. Yeah, they're crazy, but they're neat. They're fun. They both came up and got on my lap and said hi and gave me hugs and kisses. Even Bessie gave me a nuzzle to the face. Try some of that Italian bread. It's pretty good. Different sized pieces, so you can kind of decide how much you want to eat. Totally. Well, yeah. So if I'm watching TV shows, right? And I want to gauge how much I like a TV show. What do I use? Right? Remote controls? I don't know. What do you use? I mean, if you're using wads of gum underneath a seat for movies, what would be something like that, the equivalent, or something similar, humorously similar, for television? Um, Remote control, rabbit ears. I give it 3 rabbit ears. If you don't know what rabbit ears are, I'm not talking about the little bunny rabbits. I'm talking about the antennas, the 2 little antennas that used to stick off the top of TVs. They were commonly referred to as uh, rabbit ears, antennae. I actually have a set of rabbit ears uh, in um, my shed of vintage stuff out there. I thought I might have them in here, but I do not. And they're a pair of Archer rabbit ears purchased from Radio Shack back in the 1980s. Um, and they still function, although there's nothing to pick up anymore since everything went digital. Uh, Maybe I'll try. Maybe I'll hook it up to a tube TV um, and see if I can pick up anything on the rabbit ears. That'll be neat. I've hooked up my walkie-talkies on occasion, put some batteries in a walkie-talkie, and usually I just get like a CB or a trucker or something. There's a guy with a huge antenna up the highway here with just a giant, enormous, um, phallic-looking antennae that sticks way up into the stratosphere. Like 1,000 guide cables coming down from the thing. It looks really scary. I'd like to watch it in the wind and see what it does. But I wonder what he picks up. I mean, if he's probably more like shortwave, and he probably picks up like shit from all over the world. I don't know much about it, but maybe I'm piggybacking off of him um, to pick up the stuff that I pick up. But I was never into ham radios or CBs as a kid. Although my grandmother did have a CB radio in her van, and her van is one of the reasons I fell in love with vans. Now, we had a van as a kid back in 1970, 78 or 79. We bought a big Dodge Maxi van, one of those really long Dodge vans, conversion couch and chairs and refrigerator and stuff, TV. But it was an early version, and it was a 76 Dodge van. My grandmother traded in her Mercury Cougar and purchased a van conversion in the late 70s, early 80s. Um, and she had 2 or 3 vans that I remember from the 80s. And she always had these really bitchin' van conversions with all the amenities inside, and the chairs that would spin all the way around, like in the motorhomes we used to have. Um, but she was the one who kind of was my van influence growing up, which is why recently I had to get a van. It was like, okay, well, I got to get another vehicle. What vehicle am I going to get? I'm burned out on Saturns. We still got our last Saturn, the third that we've owned, um, and we need to get rid of that hunk of junk. But when it came time to get a new car, it was like, well, it's just a van or bust. I'm sick of little tiny cars. I'm sick of having cars for convenience. I was sick of having a car that wasn't me, but it was it served its purpose, and that's no reason to have a car. Well, I got to have this car for work. It's got to be able to do this and this and this for work or for family and whatnot. It was like, you know what? I want a van for van's sake. I just need a van, man. And now I drive a van. And every time I get in it and I crawl into the back and I sit in the back seats, I think about my grandmother Opal and my mother and father. We spent a lot of times in our own van traveling around, going from Southern California as far back as South Dakota, um, and traveling around. So when I get in the back of that thing, I really think about, um, those days and how nice it would be to venture out into the world again and do some traveling someday. I know, someday. Mm-mm. But she had a CB radio in her van. And Sam, Oliver, it's Oliver. Hi. Hi, Oliver. And I can remember listening to her CB radio, um, to the CBers on the highways. We did a lot of traveling in her van. Um, on occasion, we would borrow it and use it for a little while, um, and and go places and do things. But I remember one time um, when she was she would just show up out of the blue, um, and she she would just show up and bring gifts. And it would usually be around the holidays. She would usually be obligated to go to my aunts, and do thing with them on those holidays. Um, so she would usually spend the holidays with one of her daughters. So we would get her out on the odd day before or after a holiday. Thanksgiving weekend, she would come out, or the day before Christmas, or the day or two after Christmas, she would show up. And then sometimes she would just show up, at birthday time, or on some, you know, she'd just get a wild hair and decide to go to Mervin's and buy sweaters and stop by um, and hang out. And one time when we were living on Grand Avenue in Lake Elsinore, my family owned a school bus that we had converted into a motorhome. And at this point, it wasn't converted much at all. And anyway, my mother had made this big pot of spaghetti. I mean, it was just a huge, big pot of spaghetti. And there were five of us. And of course, the idea thinking, all right, well, whatever we don't finish, of course, we'll just, eat tomorrow. So we had this huge pot of spaghetti with sauce. The sauce was just a huge pot. And what I didn't realize was that my mother, being a marijuana connoisseur, was just going to throw an ounce of weed into this pot of spaghetti. It was going to be, marijuana spaghetti sauce. Um, I guess she was out of oregano. Um, and we're kids, and this is our dinner, right? So this kind of gives you their mentality about marijuana. Marijuana. So we've got this huge bucket of spaghetti that's like 2 gallons of spaghetti sauce, before the pasta, and my mother has just dumped in this enormous bag of weed into this thing, and she's mixing it up. And my grandmother arrives. Um, my grandmother doesn't really like um, my mother all too well, but she loves spaghetti. And when she sees that we're having spaghetti, um, of course, she just drove from Upland, Ontario area down to Lake Elsinore. So she's starving. She's got comes in with a bunch of bags from Mervin's, J.C. Penney, Sears, and unloads us a bunch of socks and underwear and Brute, um, sweaters, whatnot, the usual contraband from Grandma. Uh, and so we, of course, just take it in stride and sit and have marijuana spaghetti with my grandmother. And of course, nobody's going to tell her, oh, don't eat that. You're not allowed to eat this, of course, and you can't tell her why. So you can't, you just can't even broach the the situation. So you just eat and hope that everything's going to be okay. And everything was fine. Everything was great. After we had spaghetti, Grandma was feeling fantastic and decided she wanted to go for a drive. So we took off in her van, the whole family, and we drove around the lake from Grand Avenue onto Riverside Drive to Four Corners to the Stater Brothers. And we went in with Grandma as she proceeded to fill up the shopping cart with every conceivable munchie from her childhood. She got Cracker Jacks, she got Hershey's bars, she got Cokes, she got moon pies, you name it. If it was something that she was eating as a kid, she just loaded the cart with it. We took all of this junk food and we drove over to the Elsinore West Marina, which was just a camping trailer park thing. And we went down to the beach right along the water and took this bag of stuff, and she just poured it out onto the table, this picnic bench. And we sat there for an hour and just munched hard, right? And to see your grandmother munching down, knowing full well that it's because she's stoned, and she don't know that she's stoned. Um, it was quite an experience, to say the least. My parents, of course, were able to, keep the disguise and keep the whole thing a secret. But it was really hard for us kids, knowing full well what was going on. And I may have been, like 14 or something, but I was already used to marijuana. I mean, I'd been around it my whole life. I'd smelled marijuana. Had a contact buzz most of my life. Not to mention that at 13, I had smoked my first marijuana with my parents at their instruction, so that I'd frickin' go to sleep. Um, Insomnia. What a bummer. But to know full well that unintentionally Grandma's stoned, and she's just stoned so hard she's got the munchies. It was just one of those one of those experiences from your childhood. That's just too much. But yeah, that leads me right back around again to her CB radio. She had a couple of vans, and every van that she had a CB radio. I remember her first van very well. She had an 8-track player in that, and she had this little yellow box filled with these little 8-track compilations, and I'll have to dig some out. I've got some of those, the exact same kind that she had. I've got just a bunch of them, old country western stuff, and I put those on, and I'm right back to, cross country travel with Grandma, going to Nebraska to see the relatives. It just, everything I grab is just a little mini time machine, and helps transport me to that other world. I'm almost out of coffee. That sucks. Oliver, are you going to say hi or just sit there and beg for food with Mom? Yeah, I thought so. Little guy. Yeah, getting high with Grandma. That's one of those really cute stories from my childhood. It was right around the same time we were living in the same spot where in that same time period, I stopped going to school. In fact, her visit happened that summer, where just a little while before that, I had completely removed myself from junior high in the 7th grade. It was the end of the 7th grade year for me, and we had just moved to another school, and I was the odd man out completely. I had come into school with only a couple of months left, and I didn't know anybody. I didn't get along with anybody. I looked completely off from everybody else, and everybody else just bullied the shit out of me, including the teachers, the PE staff, the front office staff. Everybody looked down at me like I was some kind of grotesque creature. So I was just fed up with it. I was there for a couple of weeks, and it was like, you know what, fuck this, fuck these people. You know, this is my life. I shouldn't have to suffer like this. And I just left. You know, got to walk to the bus stop one day to go to school and just walked right by it and never looked back. You know, and spent the rest of the school year doing just that every morning, walking right by the bus stop and just saying, fuck this world. And yeah, that was the summer that my grandmother came and ate marijuana spaghetti sauce with us. She was an awesome lady. She was mostly Sioux, Native American, Oglala Sioux, and her, and I believe she had Santee Sioux relatives, but she had a little bit of Irish in her, so that was a hell of a combination. She was a mad woman. She was crazy. She was awesome, but she was a nut job. You didn't want to make her mad because she'd flip out on you. And she'd, you know, maybe I get my road rage intensity from her, because boy, she could really scream and yell at other drivers. And she'd start screaming and her voice would just get higher and higher and higher. Yeah, she was an awesome chick. Awesome. I'll have to dig up some photographs. Bye, sweetheart. Love you. Don't forget your bag. Say hi to everyone.
Love you, bye-bye.
Love you. Bye-bye. Be careful. Drive safe, baby. All right. I am about out of coffee, but not out of pee-pee. So I'm going to go pee-pee real quick. And probably have to do something with this little white dog because he is going to be annoying in some capacity. I'll be right back. And let's do this. I'll be right back. I know. Rickety. I'm back, baby. So, how does my house sound when I'm walking around? Because I'm not listening. and I don't go back and watch any of these shows because I'm not narcissistic. But do you hear lots of creaking? I mean, I know you can probably hear my chair squeaking and stuff because it won't do it now. But when I walk around my little shack here, which is only probably less than 700 square feet, it's not a big mobile home. It's double wide, but it's double short. But yeah, I mean, this place is rickety. The floor is kind of spongy and it creaks a little bit. Help! But I wonder what it sounds like. Do you hear every little? I mean, the walls are paper thin. Can you hear me in there taking a leak when I go into the other room? I know you can probably hear the microwave and things in the kitchen. That's a definite. Did you hear the dog bark when she wanted to come in? Did you hear my wife leave when she left? I know you can probably hear the trash can or the trash man go by. And he should be going by any time, right? The trash man comes on Thursdays. So he's got to be doing it sometime soon. So I kind of imagine that you're standing outside of one of my windows and you're kind of looking in, or you're in a chair across from me in the house here. The kind of way I want this to feel. Now, the first view that we had made it look like I was kind of in a fishbowl, and I was just kind of, this is my fishbowl, and I'm just kind of swimming around in here. And I wanted to have that full shot so that I could stand up and walk around. And I'll probably go back to that once I get more camera angles so that I can have that front facing fishbowl shot and then my side angle shot. And then at some point I might even do a close-up over the shoulder shot so that you can see what I'm holding. And that'll be neat. I'm not in a real big hurry. This is a slow burn show, socially, technologically, economically. This is a slow burn. I'm not going to throw thousands of dollars into this. I may throw hundreds of dollars into this, but I'm not going to throw thousands of dollars into this. Most of what you see that I've gathered around me, I've scraped together on a pretty slim budget. You'd be surprised what you can buy when you're just buying old crap that nobody wants. Especially the old crap that nobody wants that's still usable, right? That still has a lot of life. The things that they made way back when were things that were made to last. American made meant you were going to be able to hold on to it for your entire life and pass it down to your children and grandchildren, right? That was what American made meant here in America. Now, American made means how fast can it go from production through the consumer and into the landfill, all right? That's American made now. And it's unfortunate, and it's everything. Electronics, automobiles, furniture, everything is made to be disposed of. And we're filling the landfills and the dumps with stuff that should not be there, right? Why should we buy the same thing every year, every 18 months, every 2 years, when it's not getting any better? It's getting worse, right? It's getting less reliable. You used to be able to buy a television and own that fucking TV for 20 years, replace a tube now and again, replace a part, have it repaired, do something, a new knob or something, right? Even when you had to click on a pair of pliers or vice grips to change the channel, this TV was still fucking working, right? And now you'd be lucky to get 2 years out of a TV before it starts freezing up on you. The apps are running too slow. It's constantly shutting down on you and rebooting. the picture's freezing up. You can't rely on a digital signal anyway, right? And people gobble it up like it's candy. Oh, give me the next useless garbage. I gotta have it. Let me throw away this useless garbage and get some more useless garbage. You know, that's why I have a tube television and a VCR, you know, and a record player and records and an 8-track player and 8 tracks and the reel to reel. That's why I have all this crap, because it works. You know, it's still good. You know, this is my playlist. You know, these are, you know, these are the things that I listen to, the things that I read. I don't need to have my computer in front of me or my freaking phone on to be entertained, right? Or to learn something or to create something. I don't need any of that. I you know, all I got to do is grab something and I'm, you know, and I'm having a ball. So many of people out there cannot say that without their phones in their fucking hands, you know. And how sad is that for humanity when people are so lost without their phone, and the phones are so easily lost, right? They're so small that they can be misplaced and stolen, and then your whole life is gone. Your whole life now becomes miserable because you don't have that little anchor, right? Wow, I feel really sad for the human race when, you know, most of them cannot get along without that little idiot device. You know, that's sad. They make it so that you have to have it for work. You got to have it for school. Even little fucking kids have to have a fucking phone now because part of their curriculum takes place on the computer or the phone, because phones are easier to get to the kids than a computer, right? It used to be, well, if you were in school and you had curriculum on the laptop, you got a laptop. If you couldn't afford one, they'd give you one, right? And you'd keep it for the school year. And now they just rely on kids to have a phone, right? Well, if you don't have a laptop, you got a phone, right? Okay, well, you can do it on the phone, you know. And how sad is that? We're training, you know, programming our children at such a young age to rely on something that just is not there, right? These books, these records, these items like I've collected in this little raft around me, they're real, they're tangible. I can pick up any one of them and explain what's going on with any one of them and understand them, and if not, then learn about them, right? Without the use of a computer, without the use of a phone, without the use of my television and these thousands of apps to stream all kinds of junk, you know. How many people out there can say honestly that they can turn their freaking phone off and not need it, you know, and not need it, not actually need it, you know? It took me years to get to the point to where I would actually use a credit card or an ATM card, you know, because that just meant ease of access to your money, right? Which means, of course, ease of spending. And it's kind of the same thing with your phones. Ease of access to everything here. Well, that requires less of you, right? Mentally, completely. You're taken out of the equation. You don't need to know anything anymore. That's what scares me to death about doctors, is now that smartphones and computers have been around so long now, you know, how many doctors out there have just Googled their way through fucking medical school, right? And are still using Google applications to answer questions that doctors used to know, they used to have to know all of these things within their own brain to have the capacity to make decisions, right? And to diagnose. Now They don't need to know shit. All they need to know is where to find that information. You know, in a book, on the computer, on their phone. All they really are now are diagnosticians and prescribers. That's all doctors are. And I can't trust that they haven't, you know, gotten their degree by, you know, using their fucking phones. You know, whether that's the way they learn or not, it's just it's a different doctor from Doc Baker, you know, and Marcus Welby and with Quincy, I mean, where they had to know shit in order to know shit, and now you just need to know where to find shit in order to know shit. That's wrong. You know, so do I trust doctors? No, I don't trust doctors. Never trusted lawyers. I hate judges because I dislike anyone who feels that they have the authority and the capacity to judge someone else. No, I don't think, no. I think we should be taught to judge ourselves at an early age, so there won't be any need, you know. I mean, you find somebody that keeps fucking up, well, you just take them out of the equation and you put them, okay, well, they deserve to go into that place, and we'll just take care of them over there because they can't be out in the world, because they can't be trusted to make judgments on their own, right? They make the wrong call every time. You need to go somewhere. We need to put them away. That's what institutions are for. That's what prisons should be for, okay? Who judges? Well, the people. We should be able to get, I mean, the 12 jury members, that's bullshit. You know, it's like voting, you know. They don't really make the ultimate decision. The judge makes the ultimate decision. No matter what we decide as jurors, as a jury, the judge can come along and say, well, fuck your decision. I'm going to decide this, right? That's not justice, right? That's like, no matter what we decide with our votes, the Electoral College will come along and decide the ultimate outcome. So we really don't decide, you know. We don't really make any of the decisions that affect us, all right? Ultimately, we don't. So that's pretty fucked up place to live, you know. No wonder people want to live in a fantasy fucking world, you know, and all they want to do is worry about fucking football or Fast and Furious fucking 27, you know, or, you know, whatever new fucking fad has come over the fucking internet. You know, what kind of challenge are we going to do this time? You know, how many corks can we shove up our ass? You know, let's do that challenge, you know. I just don't get this new world, which is why I spend most of my time in the past. That's where I go. That's where I'm happiest, right? Is away from this world that fucked up narcissistic capitalist consumers have created. Because I just don't. That's not me. I love to buy things, you know. I love to go out into the world and shop and party and play and go to concerts and listen to music and do all that stuff. But do I condone buying shit just because there are big corporations out there that say you have to have this? You have to. You know, we're going to throw enough fucking commercials at you from every direction so that you have no choice but to want this thing. You know, that's just so wrong. You know, it's just on so many levels, it's just so wrong. But people don't even see it. Most people are just happy to want more than they can acquire, which leads to credit, which leads to modern slavery. You know, well, I'm locked into this 30-year mortgage, which means we're pretty much locked into this job and staying here and living. And that's the way it pretty much used to be. Of course, now you can sell and refinance and get out of this house after a couple of years and move over to that house and get a better house and a better house. And mortgages keep going up, and you know, pretty soon you got to work until you're 70, you know, because you've juggled your life around so much to get more and more and more of what you want, right? And our wants can be dictated to us, and they're dictated to us every day by these little stupid fucking things we carry around with us that tell us exactly what we want. They don't tell us why. They just say, you have to have this. Everybody else has it. You got to have it. And so what do? We go out and we fucking, put ourselves in fucking hock to acquire these things, even though they don't really belong to us. Our lives don't belong to us. Our lives are the biggest fucking fantasy, especially if you subscribe to the bullshit they keep throwing at you. You watch the cop shows and they tell you that you got no rights, and ICE can come along and stomp on you, and Homeland Security and all these things can come along and do all of these things to you, and you start believing that you're really just nothing, and the important people are the ones that are telling you what to do, and the important people are the ones that serve those people, right? And that's just not the way it is. Peaceful transformation is what we need, right? We need to go about change in a way that people really have no choice. All right. So if they want you to keep buying this crap, stop buying that crap. Just say, you know what? No. You write the companies and say, I'm sick of the crap that you're selling me. Make something that lasts. I want American made shit to mean something. Right. Write your congressmen and your senators, tell them that you don't want lobbyists to decide our lives anymore, right? I mean, there's so many, but we're not taught that. We're not taught peaceful transformation. We're taught, if you want to make change, join the military, pick up a gun, or join the police force and pick up a gun and force people to change, change the, and not even the way you want them to change, but the way that those on high want the world to be. And then they gather together their little armies and their police forces, and they go out and they enforce their own rules and regulations, rip the Constitution to shreds, and then say, ha, live this life now. And do we need to do that? Hell no. Can we take back our country peacefully? Oh, hell yes. So much change happened in the 60s that by the 70s, governments and corporations had to step it up, and double down and say, wow, we need to really start selling these people on some new ideas and shit. Otherwise, they're going to wake up to what's going on, and they're going to take back, and we almost had it, through the 70s and into the 80s, we almost took back our country for the sake of our own people, our citizens, not for the sake of the companies and the government. We almost took back our country, but we lost it right at the beginning of the 90s when we fell for that Desert Storm bullshit. As soon as we fell for that bullshit, and the new world order bullshit, that's when we lost it. And you can see it in the music, you can see it in TV and in the movies, you can see it in politics. You can watch old news broadcasts from as far back as you can find them on up into the 90s, and you can see how things changed so much in the 90s, right? To just flip this country on its ass. And it just, things are so different now that, I really have to avoid the present like the fucking plague, right? I mean, I just have to stay away from that outside world that keeps throwing this different, this wholly different shit at me, and there's some of it that I really, really enjoy, but because I'm told that I have to enjoy it, I run from it. It's just the way I am, that's the way I'm designed mentally, emotionally. If you tell me that I got to do something, I won't do it. If you tell me I got to watch this movie, I'm not going to watch it ever. ever. Maybe I might watch it, 10 or 20 years, 30 years down the road. Caddyshack. When Caddyshack came out, I never watched it. Everybody's like, oh, you got to see Caddyshack. It's hilarious. Bill Murray and this, that, and the other. And I would see a couple of little bits and pieces of it and think, no, I'm not even going to go there. If this is what people are entertained by, I don't want it. And it wasn't until the 2000s that I finally watched Caddyshack for the first time and was like, unimpressed. I might have been as impressed back then as other people were if I'd watched it back then, because it would have, been more in the time. But I live in the past, and that movie didn't do it for me then. It doesn't do it for me now. It didn't do it for me when I first watched it, 15 or 20 years ago. It just, nah. There are a few Bill Murray movies that I really dig because they're of a certain period of my life. There are a few Chevy Chase movies that I really dig because they are of a certain period of my life. Other than that, no, I'm not a huge fan of those guys. Any of the SNL, they have a place in my life. The 70s for SNL, that cast, the not ready for primetime players, they had a place in my life, and they still do in the past. And I like to bring them up every once in a while and relive those moments. Same thing in the movies. I'm not in love with every movie that these guys all created, guys and gals. No. Do I enjoy one of their movies on occasion? Sure, but not all of them. It took me a while to get used to Groundhog Day, right? Was never a real fan of the idea or having to see Bill Murray that much in a movie, right? For me, Stripes was the ultimate Bill Murray movie. Stripes, good old Stripes, Bill Murray and Harold Ramis. Now, to me, that was the ultimate Bill Murray movie growing up, because that was one of the first ones that I saw. And I saw it ditching in seventh grade. And that was one of those movies that was on, and I'd be at a friend's house, watching HBO during school. Aside from that, I never got into Ghostbusters. I never got into, What About Bob or Groundhog Day or any of that kind of shit. And then I kind of fell out of like with Bill Murray, because I really loved the way he and Harold Ramis worked together on screen and off screen. And then when I found out that Bill Murray had really stuck a knife in the back of Harold Ramis during the filming of Groundhog Day, whereas in Harold Ramis, director, tried to direct the very narcissistic and self-absorbed Bill Murray, and Bill Murray would have none of it and refused to take direction. And pretty much the ultimatum was, fine, I'll do what you tell me to do, Mr. Director, but we're done. We're through. I never want to speak to you again. I mean, come on. It's like they have jobs. They're in the capacity of what they do, doing what they do. And Mr. Fancy Pants won't even take direction because he doesn't want to take direction from his friend, or he doesn't take direction because Bill Murray directs Bill Murray, right? And so I try to avoid finding out too much about actors and musicians and artists, because I really think that you need to separate the art from the artists in order to enjoy the art. So it's really hard to do with people when you know too much tabloid bullshit about them, and especially when it's true, when they're really a fucked up human being, and it's hard to look back at the things. Now I can look back and watch Saturday Night Live with Bill Murray, any of those episodes. What the hell is that thing? I know what that is. What the hell is that? Any of the Bill Murray stuff, Mrs. Lubner and anything I can watch. A lot of the early Bill Murray stuff in the 80s I can watch. Later on, I just don't find him as humorous because he doesn't have any growth. Bill Murray does Bill Murray, and he pretty much only does Bill Murray, doing Bill Murray, right? And that gets old. His brother, Brian Doyle Murray, while he does a great Brian Doyle Murray, he can act outside of himself. And that's what I appreciate about him. He has the capacity to be somebody else, whereas Bill Murray only has the capacity to be Bill Murray as somebody else, right? Which you get a lot of those modern today actors who are just like that, where they couldn't possibly put themselves in something where it's a stretch. There's not many Tom Hankses out there anymore. There's not many Johnny Depps out there anymore who are willing to leap into something so deep and do a Val Kilmer and just become that person for the length of time, that they're needed. And you just don't get that anymore. And I find that in Bill Murray, he's lacking the capacity to be something. He's not an actor. He's a performer. He's a comedian. He's a mimic, but he's not even a mimic, right? I mean, he just does Bill Murray. And every role that he goes into, he takes more Bill Murray than he's willing to give into the role. It's just pathetic. I'm sorry. I still enjoy some Bill Murray stuff. I won't watch any Bill Murray from the last 30 years. What's the point? If you've seen everything before that, you've seen enough of Bill Murray to know what he's going to do, right? That's a bummer, especially in artists and actors and musicians where you really want change. Sometimes you don't want change. I enjoy Iron Maiden, right? But I can only enjoy Iron Maiden up into the end of the 80s, the beginning of the 90s. That's about where I'm done, because they completely limit themselves to their own particular recipe for music and an album. If you listen to one Iron Maiden album in the 90s on up into the present, you listen to one, you've pretty much heard them all. Okay, the recipe is pretty much the same. The albums are constructed the same. The songs are pretty much the same. The melodies, the beat, the changes, it all pretty much sounds alike. And I'm sorry, because I'm really, really sorry about that, because I enjoy Iron Maiden. Would I go to see Iron Maiden now? No, I'm sorry, I would not. I wouldn't spend the money to go see something when I haven't listened to any of their new stuff in 30 years. All right. I saw Iron Maiden in their heyday playing the best of the best of the best back then. Now, if you're going to go to a concert of Iron Maiden today, most of their show, they're going to be required to play all of these songs from the 70s or the 80s. I'm sorry, Iron Maiden. So they're going to be required to play mostly stuff from the 80s, whereas most of the stuff they've played over the last 30 years, their new records, nobody really knows. They didn't get, airplay. they have a huge following here in Latin America and all over the world. You're not being, Iron Maiden in your face like you were back in the 80s. Same thing with Judas Priest. I love Judas Priest from the 70s on up in through the late 80s, early 90s. And then that's it. Because at that point, they hit a critical mass. They hit a point where they don't get up and then start crashing down. They just get up and they level off. And everything pretty much stays the same. While both bands, Maiden and Priest, have had a change in vocalists and guitar players throughout the 90s and up into the present, their music has pretty much remained the same recipe, the same configuration to make an album. And that's kind of boring, right? Whereas if we're talking about someone like Firefall, all right, who began in the 70s and is still making music and touring today, you want them to sound the same. You want their music to sound the same. Of course, each album is going to be different, but their music sounds the same, right? Whereas if Maiden could have done that, if Priest could have done that, where their music sounds the same, but they're going in different areas and they're reaching new heights and they're trying for change while keeping it the same. Now then I might have stayed interested. But by the early 90s, I was just kind of like, eh. By the mid 90s, I couldn't listen to the radio without going, eh. I did not like grunge. I did not like REM, Pearl Jam, Nirvana, any of that stuff. That was not for me. It's not my music. That's not my decade, not my era. At that point, I was already reaching back to the past to listen to music. Hence, by the mid 90s, I was, on occasion traveling out with friends and family to go see the Grateful Dead. And got into that much too late, so that by 95, when Jerry Garcia died, within a couple of years, I had been to several shows and seen a few concerts, right? But I mean, that was like my last grasp to try to grab onto some music that meant something to me, something that had been from the 70s and had gone up through the 80s and into the 90s and was still remaining true to its core, right? And then all of a sudden, Jerry's gone and that was yanked. And it was like I was stuck with a few groups that I enjoyed to listen to, but they weren't doing much. A band called Box Set. Box Set, not a box set of their stuff, but their album, their group was actually called Box Set. I think 21 or 28 or something was one of their albums. And Rusted Root and different music. I was starting to try and experiment with new stuff while still listening to ELO and the Bee Gees and that kind of stuff. And experimenting backwards, grabbing hold of things that I'd never really gotten to listen to as a kid because I didn't have the money to go out and buy records and tapes and stuff. So I tried to experiment through the end of the 90s. By the end of the 90s, I was just over it. I mean, I think the last concerts that I went to in the end of the 90s, early 2000s, were Hall & Oates and the Doobie Brothers. Because I found nothing in the present appealing. There was nothing playing on the radio that I enjoyed. I would have to listen to the radio all day for weeks before I would hear anything new that I would halfway be able to appreciate. Mostly I had to listen to classic stations, and then you just get burned out on them playing the same old classic hits. Every once in a while you want to hear a side B. You want to hear something off the album that wasn't on the radio all the time. And you can only get that at home. Or, nowadays people are on those streaming music things, so they can just punch up a playlist of old shit. And my daughter will punch up playlists of music that she likes, which her likes go back to 95, about where my musical interests ended. So her going back with similar tastes of mine, she's able to go back into the 90s and say, check this out, check this out, check this out, all the way up into the present. So her likes are of the past, of my past that I missed, right? And that's pretty cool, that we can share in that newness. But after I gave up and just walked away, I didn't even want to play music anymore. I mean, music was almost dead to me, for decades, literally decades. A couple of decades of just being like, I didn't even have a radio, didn't give a shit about listening to something on the car radio. It was just over it, just done, Totally. Bitching, man. Anyway, this is about the end of the third hour here on Thursday. I don't know when I'm going to pull the trigger on this show and call it quits. I don't know that I'm up to fiddling about on the guitar here this morning. I'm kind of anxious about getting my theme songs recorded and finish up with the editing of my out buying records and stuff pilot episode. So if you haven't been paying attention and you're just watching this portion of this show, right now I have a Sunday morning recorded program in the works, and I'm putting together a pilot episode, and each episode is just going to be a compiled a group of segments, different variations of different segments each episode, and I'm hoping to do a 90-minute show. I had contemplated an hour show, but if I'm going to record it, I can come up with a lot of content to fill a 90-minute show. The first video I actually put together and is edited for time is like over 16 minutes, right? Another video that I have, it's a previously released video, but I want to reintroduce it to people or introduce it to a new audience. So I'm going to have one old segment on this pilot and a bunch of new segments. So that previous episode is 15 minutes plus the 16 minutes plus about a 20 or 30 minute segment of slideshow, plus some music and some outdoors stuff, whether it's something here in town or some of the surrounding areas. There's a lot of stuff going on out here in the high desert. So there's a lot to see, a lot to do, a lot to be involved with. So I want to kind of bring as much of that as I can to the show, as well as trying to highlight some local talent. There's a ton of local talent out here. And while my Friday night live show will be all about local talent, the Sunday morning show should have at least a little bit of local artistry, music, something going on. Even if it's just a collection of stuff from the area, garnered from different people. There's just so much. So I get I get overwhelmed with the idea that there's so much to do and so many ideas that I kind of have to fold the book close, take a step back, take some breaths, and come up with a plan of attack. And sometimes those deep breaths can take days or weeks to try to figure out how I can go forward. And then once I figure out kind of a direction, then I kind of just, I'm like a whirlwind working on just that one particular thing. And then I get tunnel vision and I'm just so focused that I can't sleep, I can't eat, I can't do anything else but that particular project. And that's kind of where I've been the last week. Whereas the weeks before that, I was really focused on playing music and getting that thing going on. And while that's still a part of what's going on, it has to take kind of a back seat or a passenger seat to the video projects, because the video projects are my main thing. And the music aspect is just one little piece of that jigsaw puzzle, the jigsaw puzzle that is me. And it's fun to sit around and work on all these little pieces individually and then construct the whole piece of pie, put that whole picture together in the puzzle. So I'm once again, I get all pumped up and then have to sit back and take a breath, take a break, and then get into it. And while I don't want to lose the momentum, I have to be conscious of what I'm doing. I have to be in the now to really get a hold of what I'm doing and do it right. And if I'm too flipped out on all these other things that are going on and too, I spread myself out too thin, and I get flaky. So I have to reel it all in, rein it all in, and focus in on one particular thing. And right now, this Sunday morning show is a conglomeration of things. So I have to just focus in on one of those things and get that done, and then plan some other things, but not work on anything else until I get the one thing done. Like I wanted to do a bunch of episodes of this particular episode all at once, and it became so cumbersome that I just decided, okay, well, let me just shoot this one and then research this one and then put this one together, edit this one, and then at least I'll know how to do the next ones and they'll come easier. And I think it's helped me to regain focus so that I can just work on one thing, get it done, and then move on to the next. And right now I'm at the sound portion of this video. And while I've laid down some audio in the background, for the most part, I need to add some music. My show lacks, all of my shows really lack music, especially this one. There's nothing going on here until Wednesdays, and we have an hour or so of stuff on Wednesdays that we actually have something to listen to. So it's real important to me to fill my videos with background music, theme music, end credit music, that kind of stuff. So because I'm not a musician, I'm not a guitar player, I'm not a singer, it's really a stretch for me to come up with these things. So hopefully I can enlist the help of musician friends to get some things for future videos, or I can find within myself the ability to just pretend that I can do these things and pull it off. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm probably going to pull the trigger here really quick. I'm starting to get hungry and starting to get excited about working on this video stuff. And since my coffee has got me pretty jolted, I think I'll do just that. I think I'll grab some food, watch a little bit of TV, and set up my in fact, maybe I'll do that first. Maybe since I'm done for the week, I'll move my monitor, get it over with my camera, and get things set up for next week, which will help get things closer to me for my video editing, and then do a little bit of redecorating in here, and do some more video. Yeah, because it's a lot of fun. And I'm hoping at some point that I get a call or a text from somebody who wants to work on something today. Because I'll stop whatever I'm doing and go off with somebody and work on something just to get out of my head, get out of my house, get out of my own shit, and it frees me up to do my own stuff because I can, take that break, that mental break, that nice stretch, and then come back to my own shit anew with a fresh perspective. So hopefully I'll get to go out today or tomorrow and do get some new stimuli going on. Because that's what it's all about, something new, learning. Yeah, on how to change to better the future, to better right now, to avoid that we have to, be stuck in, it doesn't, we use the past to learn. We don't need the past to stay, we've learned a lot of hate, yet we still do. Why? Because people want to forget about these lessons that we've learned. You can't cancel shit out. You can't pretend to wake up, but completely ignore, right? So, that's where I'm at. I base my world on reality. Sure, I spend a lot of time in the past, but it's a real past, and it's a tangible past. The present is not so real and not so tangible. It's made up of the ether, and it's made up of the web, and it's made up of digital bits that we cannot hands on unless we're holding one of these fucking idiot devices, right? So I believe in sharing the present with the past equally balanced, right? So that you can make informed decisions. If you don't know what's happened, how can you guide what's going to happen, right? You just run over and say, "Oh, I'm going to make a decision." No, you don't do that. You learn from experience to decide how you're going to make that decision, right? And if you cancel out the past, if you pretend that nothing ever, happened, but what's happening now, you lose, you fail. It's like playing a trivia game and not knowing what the hell they're talking. If you can't answer questions about the past, well, you should have no business playing a trivia game. You should have no business making decisions about the present and the future if you're not even going to believe that the past happened, or refuse to look at it because it hurts your feelings. Nope, I don't like that, so I'm not going to look. It never happened. Wake up, people. That's the way you need to wake up. Come on. Get a grip. Because, what's going on now, you can't grip onto, you can't hold, you can't do it, you can't even, it's just not there. How of course, how are people gonna, deal with shit when there's nothing to deal with? It's gone. It's here, it's gone. It's just bullshit. It's just all bullshit to get us to buy something, to get us to think something, to sell us on some idea or ideal, that winds up being bullshit anyway. It's like doctors and prescriptions. It's like you have to believe that this is going to help you. It's going to cure you. But 3 years later, there's, this class action lawsuit with everybody fighting against that thing that killed off half of us and made the other half, impotent, So what the fuck? You can't believe in anything that they're throwing, as much as they want you to believe that this is the best thing in the world for you. You have to understand that it's not. It's the best thing in the world for them, especially if you buy into the idea that it's good for you, right? So, wake the fuck up, people. That's what you need to wake up about. Not believing every single fucking thing that they throw at you, because it's only thrown at you to benefit them, not you. If you've bought it, you've been sold. All right. You sold out. You sold your soul. When you keep going for all of the bullshit that they keep throwing at you, you know, then you've sold your soul to the devil. You know, if you believe in the religion more than what the religion is about, then you've sold yourself, right? If you believe so much in something that you have no capacity for change, then you've sold yourself out. You're done. Game over. You know, if you believe so much that this company is for you, right, that you'll do anything and even put yourself in hock to buy their bullshit, then you've lost. You've sold out. You know, Subarus aren't made with love. They're not made for love or to help people or to help the planet. They're Subarus are made by a greedy corporation who raped the planet to make these things and then sell pieces of the planet back to us as landfill, because that's what it's going to become. Subarus don't last. They don't last as long as any of the other cars out on the fucking market. If you buy a Subaru because you've been sold the idea that Subarus are made with love, well, I'm sorry, but you're an idiot too. You know, if you've been sold on the idea that you have to devote yourself to one political party or the other, well, I'm sorry, but you've sold yourself to the devil too. You know, no, you have to believe in yourself 100% so that you can see that all of this other bullshit is just that bullshit. You know, and if you can't see that, and if your main purpose in life is to get others to believe this bullshit line that you've been fed and that you believe, once again, you've sold yourself to the devil. You know, I do believe, and I am spiritual, and I have political beliefs, right? But they are not rooted so 100% that I have no capacity for change or learning, right? I'm middle of the road on everything, because unless you can prove it 100%, I'm not going to fucking believe it just because you tell me to fucking believe it, just because you keep telling me in the media, in the news, on TV shows and movies, you keep throwing it at me, forcing me to believe it, like they've done with Homeland Security, ICE, and 9/11 and all that bullshit. You say it enough times and they'll believe it. You erase reality enough times and they have no choice but to believe the fantasy that you throw at them, right? Same fucking thing, you know? Once again, I ask you people, please look to the past, investigate reality, and then, you know, come and talk to me about the benefits of what's going on nowadays, you know, because I don't fucking see it. You know, I see commercials where, you know, where dogs are cancer free now, you know, but people have to beg, humans have to beg and plead with the county and the government to get help with their illness, whether it be AIDS or cancer or leukemia or you know, freaking whatever else they got going on, because we're just not worthy. Of course, we're forced to buy health insurance that doesn't do what we need for us, because it's not good enough health insurance, right? That's modern slavery, where you're forced to believe something that's bullshit, and you got no choice to believe it, because if you don't, you're a fucking idiot, you know? Because if you don't believe it, well, then you realize that you're a fucking idiot. So you have to put your blinders on and say, yeah, I believe it. I swear I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. You know? And so you're living in a fucking fantasy world. You know? Put your head down, pray, serve your fucking country, and shut the fuck up. Because, you know, your country don't give a shit about you, and your God don't give a shit about you. You know? Your God, you know, will do for you as much as you will fucking want to do for yourself, flat out. You know? And if you ain't doing that, sticking your hand out ain't gonna fucking help you. You know? They're going to fill that handful of bullshit and make you eat bullshit until you're so full of bullshit that you're bullshit. You believe bullshit. You believe any bullshit they throw at you, you know? And boy, this is a hell of a show. What a show this has turned into. Me venting about the world and reality. what are you going to do? You know, what are you going to do? You're either going to believe the bullshit or you're going to wake the fuck up and you're going to say, you know what? I don't want any more of this, you know, but you can't, because as much as reality is thrown at you, it's digital reality now. And they can just say, don't let them see that anymore. Okay. Yeah. Throw more of that at them because we want them to believe that, you know, let's our algorithm says pull the plug on this guy over here because he's way out there, and you know, this doesn't conform to the way we want people to think. That's why you can't find any of the good documentaries anymore on 9/11. You can't find any of the good documentaries anymore about post 9/11 America, the 5-6 years after that, how much things changed, or just about the event, the incident itself. You can't find out anything real on that anymore because everything is made digital so that it can be rendered impotent, right, and just turned off and erased, right. At some point, they may just decide to make me impotent and cut me off, and you know, so I dare not speak about all of these things like they are, you know, factual, because they're my own reality, right? Reality is what we perceive to be our reality. And the things that are thrown at me nowadays out in the world, I don't see that as reality, because it's not real. It's rendered as reality, but it's not. It's thrown at us as reality. It's what they want us to believe as reality, so that we'll just put on our Google eyes and we'll go out there and walk through the world like that, right? Put my playlist on Spotify, put my earbuds in, you know, and live in my own little, you know, my own little now, because that's what I'm allowed to have. You know, and of course they want you to give up all possessions and live a Spartan life and only rent and not own, because they want humans to be disposable too. They want you to own disposable, and they want you to be disposable. And we're shown that we're disposable when, you know, people go out and they join the service, and they go out and they give their lives, they give limbs to the service of this country. In actuality, they're giving their lives and their service to a particular government, and not even the government as a whole, but a specific entity within the government decides, okay, well, we need to use these guys to go out and perform a service for us. And then you find out when you come back, and they just don't give a shit about you. You have to go out of your way to get anything that's going to help you take care of you, right? And my father was a veteran, so I know this firsthand, that they don't want to help you because it costs them more money to help you. They don't rehabilitate you when you come home. Sure, you may come back from a war and have a little bit of time on the base, but they don't help you mentally, emotionally, physically, you know, even if you need it. They shuffle you off to a place, and then you're required to go after these bureaucratic, you know, fucking bullshit tasks just to get any of this help, you know. And they don't train you how to help yourself when you come back, so you got to learn this shit on. You got to go to an organization and get help from somebody, and it makes me hurt inside deeply to know that people are marched off to other countries to do for a faction of our country, and then brought back and then thrown back at us and say, okay, here, we've taken these people out, we've broken them, right? And now it's your responsibility to deal with them. And they become homeless, they become abusive, they become suicidal, they become reclusive. And then, of course, some of them are actually good functioning members of society. But, you know, why do we then have to bear the responsibility for taking care of their mess, basically? right? I mean, my family bore the responsibility of my father's rehabilitation at home after Vietnam, right? For 20 years, we went through the horrendous ordeals of having to live with a veteran with post-traumatic stress disorder, suffering from physical ailments, right? And that's not right. I mean, we suffered PTSD so poorly that now in my life, I have suffered PTSD inherited from my freaking father, which is a thing. All right. And now I have in some small way have transferred that down, trickled that down to my daughter. Okay. So I've taken it, absorbed it, and then have taken those little bits and pieces that have stuck with me and have passed that down to my daughter. Now it's changed from the time I got married to the present, right? That I've grown a lot and have released a lot of that inherited PTSD. Um, but should that have happened? No. He should have been rehabilitated before. I mean, if you're going to go in and go to war for one freaking year, all right, you need years of rehabilitation after that, period. All right, because you were just taught to go out there, pick up a gun and put it to somebody's head and shoot. All right, for no other reason than because these guys up here said to. Right? And ultimately, that's what it is. Well, it's done for policy. It's done for freedom. It's done for this and that. Bullshit. It's done because these guys over here decided that it's a must for these guys over here to fucking die. You know? And more than likely, these guys over here have created this reason, have created the need in these people for them to want to come at us through our own policies, right? And people don't think about that when they join up. People don't think down the road what's going to happen to me afterward. They think about, I'm going to get a couple of years of college out of this. Yeah, but you're going to get a lifetime of fucking pain and misery, especially if we go to fucking war. You know, you may just become a thick-necked, violent, steroid using gun user, or you may become a nice guy. Who knows? But if we go to war, chances are you're going to become the other, and you're going to need help and you're not going to get it. And that makes me fucking so angry and hurt inside, How dare we allow our own government to do that to our own people? Because we're programmed to, flat out, and it sickens me to no end, So my algorithm is going to chew the hell out of this episode when it processes it. And who knows if I'll get muted or tagged or flagged or whatever. And so be it. I mean, every once in a while, you just got to be yourself. And I've seen on a few shows where hosts have commented on these YouTube channels, have commented about, having spoken the wrong way about things. And once again, I will just say openly that this is my own look at reality, because everybody has their own way of looking at things. I don't believe that anyone should take what I say as their own reality, right? Or in any fashion, real reality. Because as real as I see things, it's as real as you see things, as real as the rest of it. It's our own individual view, right? And it should not be forced upon anyone, which is why I don't go in for corporations and governments and insurance companies forcing themselves upon you and forcing you to think and believe and act and spend in a certain way. And it's happening more and more and more and more. And it's happened on such a gradual level that we've lost sight of how we used to be, and we're changed, so much. It makes me think of the frog. If you take a frog and you throw it into a pot of boiling water, that son of a bitch is going to get us out of that boiling water as quick as he can. If you take a frog and you throw him in a pot of cool water, his body temperature, and you raise the temperature up slowly, he will boil, he will cook, he will allow himself to cook because he just gets used to it. And by the time he realizes what's going on, it's too late. He's cooked. Well, that's what's happened to humanity. All right, we're cooked. We were, 25 years ago, we were thrown into the pot that was nice, lukewarm water. And slowly over the last 25 years, they've been turning it up. Slowly, slowly, slowly. And we're cooking, boiling right now. And people don't even see it. They don't even fucking see it. They don't care. Even if they see it, they don't care. It's like, yeah, we're burning, we're cooking. We don't give a fuck. Party on. And we're literally cooking. The climate has changed so drastically in the last 10 years. The planet is unrecognizable now, right? The poles, the ice caps, the volcanoes, the flooding, the storms, the tornadoes, the polar vortex, all of these things that have changed so much, but we've just kind of grown into them, so we don't care. We just don't give a fuck anymore. How sad is that for humanity, right? When we're so used to getting fucked that we just bend over anymore, take the fucking shit and lube ourselves up and say, come get me. Here I am. Yoo-hoo. Come fuck me some more, And nowadays it's just okay to say that. It's okay to do that. It's okay to be that. Lube me up. Take me for all I'm worth. What? I'm not giving you enough money? Fuck, here's some more money. For shitty service? Yeah. The shittier the service, the more I'll pay for it. The shittier the product, the quicker to the landfill, the more I gobble it up. That's the way we've become. Really sad, isn't it? Really fucking sad. The saddest part is that we don't even see it. We don't even recognize what's going on. Give us more bullshit. Yay for crap. Wow. That sickens me to no end. That's just sad. That's just sad. When humanity as a whole has just become a meme. That's it. Greta Thunberg, she was one of those people who really, really, really wanted to make it happen, right? And social media just took her and wiped their ass with this girl. And all she wanted to do was help. All she wanted to do was make this place better. And all they could see was a joke. All they could see was, how can we make fun of this person, right? And, and we have ourselves to blame for that. We have, magazine cartoonists who mock religious people, right? We have Saturday Night Live. We have them to thank for it, where we will just mock anybody and everybody at any given moment. Even the best, the goodest people, we will mock, right? And it's led to people like Greta Thunberg being destroyed on social media because she cares, right? Shame on you, humanity. You suck. You suck so fucking much. No wonder I just fucking want to stay home and just say, fuck you, world. When the most peaceful people, the most helpful people on the planet just get shit on because they allow themselves to be. They're so nice, that they will take in somebody and care for them and help them and try to rehabilitate them. And that person just shits all over them, Shame on you, humanity. It's not the way I was raised. It's not the way we were fucking raised back in the day, And how could you let it happen now? How could you go from then to now and let shit get so out of control? because you fucking put your blinders on and you just, well, it was easier just to put my head down and go to work for 30 years and not think about the world. You know, wake the fuck up, people. You know, I mean, it's like, how could you let this happen? Right? I suffer from depression, very serious, fucking severe fucking depression, which keeps me incapacitated for weeks, months, years even. I've lost entire decades, multiple decades from my life, just having to pull myself away and just close myself off, right? Get up, go to work, come home, close myself off, you know? And I lost myself. And it's not until recently that I had to just decide, you know what? I gotta do something. I gotta be me, you know? And I crawled out of this hole of the depression that I was, and realized that things have changed so drastically. I don't even recognize the landscape of our world. You know, it's not, I'm not talking physically, geographically, you know, I'm talking socially, technologically, financially. Yeah, everything about today is a mystery to me. There's a few things about today that I can go, ooh, that's something that is actually reminiscent of the past, which is why I hold on to it. You know, some of the music, but it's only because they have some kind of tie for me to the past that I can grab on to things today. You know. But it's unfortunate that most of the shit going on today is made for today's people who have been programmed to accept the bullshit as reality, you know. And that's where I deviate, you know. I totally will remove myself from the world. If that's what the world is going to be, then I'll stay here, you know. I'll go out to my vintage stores and my record stores and the swap meets, and you know, order shit off eBay. But you know, there's really nothing out there that offers me much comfort, entertainment. You know, it doesn't offer me much cause to go out. You know, well, fine, just we don't want you out there anyway. Just stay home, you old fuddy-duddy. Well, you know, that's fine. You know, because if I was out there, I'd probably be swinging, you know, because there's so many fucking idiots out there. As seen when driving, jeez Louise, so many fucking idiots. I don't know, you know, I could probably count more often when I go out and I don't see someone on their phone while driving, right? It's easier to count those people than it is to remember how many people I saw out. Oh God, that person's on his phone. You know, get off your phone and drive. You know, please, people. We should have kept the phones on cords, kept them in the home. We should have kept them out of the fucking cars. And then you get somebody who won't get off their phone and fucking drive. And then if you look at them and let them know that you caught them on their phone while they're driving, they won't fight with you. They get into their energy drink, steroid induced caffeine fucking rage, and they want to fucking fight you because you busted them for being an idiot. And how dare you, you know, make them feel like an idiot for being an idiot, right? I mean, I don't get why. I understand why I get pissed off, because people are acting like idiots. I don't understand why idiots can get pissed off when they're busted for being idiots, right? It used to be you could shame an idiot and the idiot would put his head down and go, yeah, I'm an idiot, and they'd turn red. And then the idiot would either realize that they're an idiot and change, or they wouldn't, and they would just accept the fact that they're an idiot. And now the whole world is fucking full of idiots, you know. And how dare you let them know that they're a fucking idiot, man? Fuck you, man. I'm an idiot. What are you gonna fucking do about it? You wanna fight about it, motherfucker? Fuck you. I'm an idiot. You know, and I don't get it. You know, I understand how they feel like that because they're so full of bullshit. You know, the bullshit that they're fed, the bullshit they eat, the bullshit that they drink. You know, it's all bullshit, and they're full of it now. So I can understand why, you know, people act like shit. You know, because they're full of shit. They've been programmed to believe shit and to act like shit, to be shitty. You know, and I used to just, you know, I used to just rage when I'd go out because, you know, and I would have to do it in private because how dare I, you know. Now I just, you know, if you're a fucking idiot, hey, you're a fucking idiot. Don't fucking be an idiot around me because I ain't gonna fucking go for it. You know, you got a problem with that? Let's fucking go. Quite seldom will anybody try to, you know, go past, you know, what you don't like being called an idiot. Don't act like a fucking idiot, you know. Every once in a while, somebody will claim, well, come on, motherfucker, come on. And then you pull over or you walk outside and you go, okay. And then they start talking and making excuses, you know. If you come up on me, you better come up on me swinging, because when you do, we're going to go around. You know, one of us is going to be in prison. One of us is going to be in the morgue of the hospital. It's going to end badly. So don't even fucking start, because I don't want to go there. I certainly don't want to go there. I'm not a violent person. I don't prescribe to violence. I don't condone violence. But will I stand by and let somebody abuse me? Fuck no. No, I did that when I was in school. I was abused. You know, bullies, adults, authority figures, kids, you know, kids younger than me. Fuck that, you know. You want to talk shit to me? Fine. Talk your shit, you know. But don't expect me to just stand there and let you, you know, treat me like shit. If you act like an idiot, people need to be told they're acting like idiots. Just like in the old days when I was a kid. Hey, you're acting like an idiot. Straighten your shit the fuck up. Nobody likes an idiot. Well, now everybody likes idiots because idiots can be taught whatever, you know, bureaucracy, the authorities, capitalism will teach them, you know. And so, yeah, the world loves an idiot now because idiots rule. Idiots are the consumers. So they want, you know, uneducated fucking morons out there in the world. Unfortunately, they drive cars, and for some reason, there's a lot of idiots that earn far too much money, you know, and they're in these jobs that pay so well, but they're so stupid. How could they possibly, you know, well, they're really good at that one task, but in the rest of their lives, they're just complete fucking idiots, right? They're just idiots. They you know, they can't make an informed decision on their own. They've got to be told what to think and how to think and what to wear and why, and, you know, all these things. And they don't care. They don't care why. They just know that, you know, society and social media says you have to look like this. I got to have this, you know, and that's sad. That's really fucking sad, you know, that we're so far removed, you know, from even our own lives that we just will not make a decision on our own. We have to be that decision has to be programmed into us, you know. And as much as I like, you know, one party or the other, or one party member, I'm not going to subscribe to one, you know, well, my daddy and my granddaddy was a Republican, so I was got to be a Republican too. You know, I'm not going to go down that fucking road. I'm not going to say, well, my daddy was in the military service, so, you know, and I'm proud of him, and he's proud, so I'm going to go into the military service. I'm going to make my kids be freaking military service members too. No, hell no. You know, why? Because I'm my own individual, and I can make my own fucking decisions, you know. And so I will not be grandfathered into something just because it's part of my family's history. No, hell fucking no. You know, that gets, you know, that's where we get the fucking KKK, you know, and Marine families, you know, for Marines. That's where you get the blind patriots and the blind obedient people, you know. And if you're doing shit for God and country, then you're not doing it for yourself. You're not doing it for me. You're certainly not doing it for me. So you're not doing it for the citizens of this country. You're doing it for somebody else, and you've been programmed to do these things. All right. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a military and that we shouldn't have service members, but it should be constructed far differently than the way it is. You know, right now we've got military for military might's sake, and military might and the power to wield our democracy wherever we see fit, so we could set up industry. No. After World War II, it should have changed. We should have learned enough from World War II to change, so that by the time we got to the Korean War, it could have ended differently than it did. We should never have gotten to Vietnam. Vietnam should have been quelled before, but Vietnam was there. It was a moneymaker. It was there for profit, not for freedom. And you know that if you go look at Vietnam now. They're still recovering from the Vietnam War, you know. So, you know, I don't believe in the military for the military's sake, which means for the sake of the government, so that they can wield their hand wherever and however they want. No, sirree. It should be far different. At this point, the only military that we should have that goes out into the world taking care of business should be the United Nations. And it should be more than it is. It should be all of us. It should be everyone involved in making the decision on how to, sure, call it New World Order, whatever you will, but we're all on this planet together, and we need to work together and make decisions together in order to create a better world and a better people on this planet. If we're going to allow one country to lob bombs over the wall at another country, or over borders, and just decide, you know what, we're going to annex that country because we think they're terrorists, so let's just go take it over. You know, that's not right. It needs to be an organization of all of us deciding, you know what, these guys, they're acting up, they're starting to fight, they're starting to kill. We need to stop that. And then we send in a military that is of all of us, not just one country. One country going over to stop another country. That's just a war. Okay, that's just a recipe for destruction, death, and a lot of wounded warriors. You know, that's bullshit. You know, that's brainwashing right there. So yeah, we need to not be the police of the planet. The United States is not the police of the planet. We should not hold ourselves responsible for fixing all of the shit, especially since we're already responsible for creating most of the shit, right? Selling arms to countries back in the 70s who had no business owning weapons just so that we could get their oil, right? We had no business doing any of that, and we've only created problems that lately have been totally exacerbated by the fact that now they're becoming more powerful than we are, right? Financially, you know, these countries that we used to steal from in trade for arms, well, now they're bigger and better than us, you know, and they're looking at living a far more sustainable life than Americans. You know, Americans have pretty much used up this country. And it's been the corporations that have done it, right? So, but because we allowed it to happen, you know, and we got brainwashed into thinking that it was the best thing to do for us. You know, they've changed our food, they've changed our whole way of living. They've changed our family values. You know, they've changed the material things have changed so much that we can't hold on to anything anymore. You know, back to being a disposable person living in a disposable world. You know, I don't, I don't, I just don't get it. You know, how people can be so asleep and so blind and so brainwashed and so full of bullshit that they can't see what's happening. You know, every once in a while I run into somebody, you know, who I can have an actual conversation with without a fucking phone being involved, right? And actually say, wow, this person almost gets it, right? This person almost gets that, you know, that we're living in some fucking configuration, some fucked up configuration of the way things should have become. You know, it's like time was going this way, and at some point we shut off into this parallel universe that is just fucked up. And here over here, this is going along great from Earth Day back 1970. Things are just going along a nice, smooth, straight path to a perfect future. And at some point, we got off this off ramp that just took us down this fucking washboard road that's just beating the hell out of us, right? And we're told that at the end of this road is just a beautiful thing to behold. We got to get there. We got to go down this fucked up road. But the longer we're on this road, the longer the road gets, and the more bumps and fucking turns and mud holes and shit, you know. But don't worry about it, you know. Keep listening to that bullshit on the radio, you know, because it'll set you free. It'll set you free. Just you got to get there. You just got to keep following this bullshit road, and eventually, you know, you'll get to that little cafe with that homemade pie and everything's peachy, you know. And that's just bullshit, you know. To think that, you know, after all of this, all we have to do is pay a tithing and everything is good, and forever after that everything is golden, right? If you ain't fucking doing something in the now, right, to guarantee yourself that possible spot in the hereafter, right, then, you know, and you're convinced, you know, by mea culpa and paying some guy in church to worry about it for you. If you think that's the way to do it, then go for it. You know, pray in one hand and piss in the other and see which fucking fills up quicker. You know, God helps those who help themselves. You know, I don't require anything of my God. All right. That's it. I got to do everything for me. All right. And then, you know, am I there to get what do I, you know, I'm doing this so that I can feel good about me and myself and what I do, you know. First and foremost, you know, if I got to do something because, you know, somebody tells me, well, God's going to get after you, you know, well, then I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for somebody else. You know, I got to do it for me and my own first to feel good. And then I can look up and think about something else, right? When I leave this planet, wherever I go, I want to feel good about how I have been here. And I haven't been perfect, right? I've screwed up and screwed over people, you know, just like everyone else. I have to make amends to that by admitting that I'm a fuck up, by admitting that I've screwed people over, you know, by apologizing to people, by paying respect to those people who have helped me, you know. That's all I can do. But the most that I can do is to pay it forward, to help where I can, when I can, how I can, right? And we can't really ask much more of ourselves other than that, other than to wake the fuck up and don't be brainwashed and don't just do shit because, well, that's the way my grandparents did it, my great grandparents, and that's, you know, so we got to keep doing it. It's tradition. Tradition is like one of the biggest failures of humanity, right? Well, it's always been our family to have at least 6 kids in our family. We got to have lots of kids. We got to make our family name last. It's our legacy. Bullshit. It's called overpopulation, people. It's called greed. All right. When you have more than two kids in your two-person family, right? You got a mom and a dad. All right. However you want that to be. Dad to dad, mom and a mom. All right. You got two kids. All right. One for each of you. One to replace, one for one to replace each of you. Logan's Run, man, one for one. You know, you bring one into this world to replace you. Any more than that is fucking greed, flat out. This planet is far too full of people to have any more greedy little grubby little uneducated fucking brats out there, because that's what I see. You know, very seldom will I see somebody worth giving the time of day to. You know, not my fault. It's don't shoot me for being the messenger. You know, shoot me for seeing reality. You know, if you can't handle reality, you know, put your Google fucking goggles back on. You know, this is a show for people who want to talk about the now and reality, talk about the past and reality, and talk about what the now is going to do to our future reality. You know, please, this ain't make believe. This ain't an amusement park. You know, this ain't some fucking 3D virtual fucking world. This is reality. You know, if you don't like it, change it, right? Do something to affect change. In my own small capacity, I do as much as I can to affect change. Every time I talk to somebody, I try to affect change by being myself and being honest with my beliefs, right? And I would hope that somebody would come to me and be honest with themselves, you know, and what they believe, and be honest enough with themselves to know if their beliefs are programmed by people who don't have their best interests at heart, right? So, you know, do for yourself, you know, because once you start doing for yourself's sake, you start finding the deity, you start finding the God within yourself, right? Which ultimately, that's where it's at. That's where it resides. God resides within yourself, because we are all God unto ourselves and unto our own reality, right? And until you get to believe that you are responsible not only to yourself but humanity as a whole, all right, you can't really see that God within yourself. You have to rely on somebody else's God. You have to pay somebody else so that you can believe in their God for their God's sake and for their financial benefit, right? Once you believe that you have the capacity to be divine, all right, then you realize that you have way more capacity for good than you could ever get from some organization, right? And I don't want to take the wind out of the sails of a lot of really heavily religious people. That's just what I believe, you know, and you can believe it or not believe it. If it angers you that I believe the way I believe, I'm sorry, you know. I'm unapologetically sorry, because, you know, ultimately, you know, I don't really care what you believe. I just care how what you believe affects the rest of us, right? And so if you can't keep it at home, you know, don't try to ram it down other people's throats. And ultimately, that's what I see organized religion as, you know, getting every missionaries, let's get everybody to believe the same thing, you know. And, you know, that led to so many wars, missionaries, you know, the freaking Zulu uprising. People don't want to believe it. Don't make them fucking believe it. Don't beat them down and take over their country just to force it down their fucking throats. We're beyond that now. We've destroyed entire peoples because of that. You know, Native Americans have lost much of their culture because of boarding schools and having to beat the native out of them, right? So no, I don't go in for religion for religious sake, just like I don't go into politics for politics' sake or governments for the government's sake. because ultimately they're there just to serve themselves and not us, right? I mean, you know, the power and wealth that sits in the Vatican City is ungodly, right? I mean, my God is ashamed for humanity because of what they keep hidden away in the Vatican, the wealth and history and the wealth of history, you know, and the secrets, you know, and that's not for us, that's for them, you know. They don't keep all of that stuff together for us to serve us. They keep it for themselves, just like governments. All right, they're self-serving. Judges, self-serving, you know, judgmental. I don't do judges because I don't do judgmental people, you know, people who just sit and point the finger and say, you know, you suck because you don't live my way. You know, live your own fucking way. Just do it in a capacity that thinks about others. All right, not, you know, how can I force my way upon others, but how can I accept others and still live the way I want to fucking live, right? And so many of those organizations, you know, have to kind of beat that out of you, you know. They don't want individuals. They want, they just want yes men. They want people that will just, sure, whatever you say, I'll do whatever you say. Yes, 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 yes. Because they've been programmed to think no other way. Thinking any other way goes against their religion, goes against their grain, goes against the way they were raised. It goes against tradition. Our family's done this for eons. Wow, that explains a lot. You know, that's like old money, you know, Raffles and Rockefellers and Hiltons and all of that stuff. And you get this old money where, you know, 3 or 4 generations down the road from where that money originated, you got people that are just complete idiots because the there's no struggle. You know, the fight has been taken out of them. You know, they couldn't think themselves out of a wet paper bag, right? Because they've never had to worry about anything. All they've had to worry about is, you know, who are they going to get to take care of this for them, right? So yeah, there's you know, there's no capacity for change there at all. I think we're about, yeah, this has been 4 hours this morning, trying to make up a little bit for my short days this week. But I think I'm about done for the morning. I think it's about time I take a long needed leak, try to get rid of some of this coffee and tea, make myself some breakfast, and kind of get started with my day. I've got some mental notes on what I want to do, and I think I'm going to get rolling so that I can make this place more functional and more presentable. I've got to do a bunch of construction on that part of the house there, so I don't want to clutter it up too much, because I'm going to have to rip into the walls and tear shit out. Well, I don't want to have too much stuff over there. What I want there, I want to have organized in a usable and functional fashion. So I won't show you that half of the room. Probably not anytime soon. Maybe once I start remodeling, I'll do a couple of little how-to things on how I do things. But we'll have to wait and get there first. I am going to, hope and keep my fingers crossed that somebody calls me today so I can go do some musical stuff, or at the very least, go out tomorrow night and do something. So, keep your fingers crossed. I come home with another T-shirt or two. Yeah, let's let's wrap this week. It's been the first 4 episodes of season 2. Season 2, you can tell because my camera angle is different. My graphics have changed a little bit, and I think I am able to discuss more about what's going on in my life, as well as trying to tie that in with things from my past and things from the history. So if you get a chance while you're watching this off my playlist or at any point, please leave a message. Let me know what you think. Let me know a further topic that we can discuss, because I'm open to discuss anything from the past, present, or future. I prefer to talk about the past and how it ties in and helps benefit our present and our future. But I'm open to discussing anything. Eventually we'll get around to talking about Willie Nelson. Probably more than likely after I go and see him in concert in early March. Not him, but his son Lucas Nelson. So I don't think that I'm going to make it to see Willie Nelson. The tickets are just too pricey, and the venues are too far away. So yeah, probably not for me. But you never know, because his son played out here, and other major acts who have played down in the Coachella area have come out here to do a quick one-nighter for a couple of hours. Who knows? We might get Willie and Sons to come out to Pappy and Harriet's on a night when they're all in town together down in the Coachella area. That would be great too. Keep your fingers crossed. Dreams do come true. Look, I got my own TV show, right? Several TV shows. I got my own freaking channel. If you'd like to have content on my channel, because you don't want to really do your own YouTube thing, throw me some content. I'll be happy to take content and put it on my show. It's a lot of fun. WNBA. Who cares, right? Who cares about the NBA? Who cares about the NFL? I don't. MLB, you know what? Major league sports does not interest me. You want to talk high school football, even college stuff, minor leagues, semi-pro, that kind of stuff. Those weird leagues, sure, I'll get into some of that. The stuff that isn't completely rammed down our throats by the corporate entities who want to bank off all of this shit and who pay these exorbitant, fucking salaries to these guys. No, that's not what I'm into. I'm into real sports for the sake of real sports, and real people doing shit, not people who want to go out there, people who hold down a job and are on a team somewhere. All right, those kind of people. That's what I like. These NFL guys, nah, fuck no. Major League Baseball, Major League fucking bore, and NBA. Talk about prima donna central, right? A bunch of bullshit that's become. No, I'd rather watch old reruns of White Shadow than watch anything on the NBA. So anyway, let's call it a day. I'm starting to get hungry. It's after 9. This is about usually the time that I should eat. Once I go past this, if I haven't eaten, I won't eat till 1 or 2. So I better get it on now. And better to get that energy so I can get something rolling here, because I'm really anxious and excited about theme music and new segments and stuff. So I know this all seems kind of mundane and unusual, and of course, really, really weird to the person who just stops and he goes, "Hey, Margaret, what the fuck is he talking about? This guy's a weirdo." Exactly, exactly. And if you're a weirdo, you get it. I need more weirdos to come and hang out. I really do. So if you're weird, subscribe and share. If you know more weirdos, please share me and my show and my channel with your weirdo friends, because I would love to have some other weird people come and take part in this. Yeah, let's get weird, people. Let's get weird. Like Steve Martin, let's get small. Go out driving. Woo-hoo, let's get small. All right, people, that does it for me. I love you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for being weird. Thank you for hanging out. Wish me luck on my theme music and getting stuff done over the weekend. I don't think that I'm going to make the Sunday deadline for my Sunday morning show. It seems a little too rushed to try to put together 90 minutes for this Sunday. But if I keep up, I should be able to get something by next Sunday. And if I keep that momentum, then I should be able to start putting stuff together for, if not every week, maybe every 2 weeks. All right. And so keep your fingers crossed. And let me know if you have any ideas for weird segments that I could do. Because, weird is my middle name. All right, people, take care. And peace.